It got done. On our street. And they are also, they do have two other.
3, Mr. Mayor, it is 9 a.m. The live stream and recording has begun, and you may begin your meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see we have quorum, so I will call this meeting, regular council meeting of December 4th into session. And as usual, at this time, we will have the playing of the national anthem, and it will be sang this week by Mila Bulgar. Ask all those who may to please stand.
From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the reading of the land recognition statement, and this morning, Councillor Olson has the honor.
Thank you, Mayor Junkin. The town of Pelham is situated on treaty land, steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hadawindarak, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from across Turtle Island live and work in Niagara. The town of Pelham stands in solidarity with all Indigenous people, past and present, acknowledging that our high standard of living is a result of the resources and lasting friendship of Indigenous people.
Thank you, Councillor Olson. I now turn to the clerk.
3, Mr. Mayor, that brings us to item 4, adoption of the agenda. I have a motion put forth by Councillor Hildebrand, seconded by Councillor Olson. Be it resolved that the agenda for December 4th, 2024, regular meeting of council be adopted as circulated. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. After viewing the agenda, any councillor have any comments? Not seeing any. I call the vote. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings you to item 5, disclosure of pecuniary interests.
Thank you. After viewing the agenda, does any councillor member have a pecuniary interest in general nature thereof to declare? Not seeing any, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to our first presentation this morning, and we are joined by Sean Michael Stephen of Watson and Associates to present the Parks and Recreation user fee study.
Thank you. Mr. Stephen, you have the floor.
There we go. Okay. Morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. So, our firm Watson Associates economist has been retained by the town to take a user fee review focusing on your planning, engineering, and recreation fees. The intent of the presentation this morning is to give you an update on the findings related to the recreation fees only at this time. And so with respect to the scope of the exercise, what we've looked at is two important components of the review when looking at parks and recreation fees. That is first assessing what is the full cost of service, making sure that we're understanding that not just from the cost to directly program or operate facilities, but including the cost of the indirect cost of the organization to support those activities, as well as the capital costs associated with the facilities and infrastructure utilized in that regard. And then once understanding that full cost, we've looked at potential fee increases or fee structure improvements to increase cost recovery while being mindful of your service delivery objectives. So what I wanted to start with, I think, is really important understanding how fees are imposed, not just for recreation and park services, but really for all services and programs that a municipality provides. Those services generally exist on this continuum illustrated in the bottom of the screen between services that are mostly of an individual benefit and those that are more of a community benefit. And so some of the more obvious examples of those are things like development application fees that are more of an individual benefit, while things like your open park space that you provide is more of something that's more of a community benefit. And where services and programs exist in that continuum is generally what dictates in part the level of cost recovery from user fees, where those services and activities are of primarily individual benefit will be more of a user pay model and have very little tax-based subsidization, while those things that are more of a community benefit, like your open space parks, are either highly or entirely subsidized by the tax base and minimal or no user fees may exist. And so understanding that is important when looking at the potential fee structure decisions that may be made with respect to parks and recreation services, because you want to make sure that any potential changes to fees to maximize cost recovery as much as possible are being undertaken while trying to understand that there could be impacts on service utilization that might negatively impact your service delivery objectives in terms of the municipality's intent for why they're providing these services and the reach they're trying to obtain in terms of the residents that they can reach in providing these services as a general community benefit. So looking at the approach around the fee recommendations then, so with parks and recreation fees, and in almost all cases, the fees are set at less than full cost recovery levels. And in doing so, having regard for the fees that are imposed in neighboring and comparative municipalities, recognizing that residents do have some choice, usually in the programs and services that they utilize from other private service providers or from other neighboring municipalities as well. One of the other factors that impacts the fee recommendations, in addition to that individual community benefit analysis, is also looking at the demand for the services and the available supply of those programs within the municipality. So for example, activities with a fairly high demand and limited or fixed supply, like prime time ice rentals, are usually set at much closer to full cost recovery levels than other fees that might be imposed. And again, as I think I've mentioned already, generally any costs that are not recovered through user fees, you might have some minimal grants that are received towards these programming, but generally all of the other costs are funded then through the municipal tax levy and subsidized through your assessment base. So when a couple other items then just to note in terms of what we proceeded through when looking at these fee recommendations for looking at the full cost recovery assessment. When looking at the increases that we've considered with staff, one of the things we attempted to do is consult with some of the main user groups in looking at the potential increases and the timing of those increases, the facilities utilized, the service levels, and what the preferred method of consultation would be. That was done through direct correspondence with 14 specific user groups. However, the response was fairly unsuccessful. Only one user group did respond back with responses. The other thing that I wanted to highlight in terms of implementing any potential fee increases is that because of this key importance between the fees that are imposed and the service delivery objectives, it's really important that any changes that are made are generally phased in and undertaken while having regard for what those impacts might be on service utilization, to make sure that any fee increases that you impose aren't having these negative impacts on service utilization, potentially even eroding your overall cost recovery levels by decreasing that service utilization and decreasing overall revenue. So before looking at the specific full cost assessment, just to highlight the information sources that were used when looking at the direct operating costs and indirect costs within the assessment, those are based on the town's 2024 operating budget, and the capital replacement costs for the assets like your facilities that are utilized in service delivery were based on the town's asset management plan. And so when going through that process with town staff, workshops were held to look at the detailed allocation of the budgeted operating costs within the town's budget with respect to the different programs and services that are offered, and as well with respect to the capital costs for the various assets and facilities and how those are utilized within the different types of activities that are provided. So in aggregate, the full costs of the Parks and Recreation Services are assessed at $6.7 million annually. Of those costs, the majority of them are related to the direct operating costs of the programs or facilities, about $4.5 million, or about 2/3 of those costs, with the indirect support costs of the organization representing about 14% of those costs for things like human resources, IT, finance, general governance, and then the capital costs for the various assets that are operated represent about 20% of the costs, or about $1.4 million, with that capital cost allocation being much greater than it is for other programs and services you offer because of the significant life cycle cost obligations for things like the Meridian Center. And then in the table in the bottom right, it shows how those costs then break down by the main service areas that were assessed within the full cost assessment. So we can see under facilities, the costs of operating and maintaining the Meridian Center represent about half of the total annual costs of service provided. We see about $1.9 million for the arena component of that facility. Then for the other facility components, about $1.6 million annually. The other areas of sort of significant cost include the outdoor recreation facilities, which are the programmable spaces within your park, so things like soccer fields and ball diamonds and so forth, represent about $500,000 annually. We can see here open park space, so the provision of park space that is not programmable, that is freely available, represents just under $1 million per year. And then we have the costs broken out for the swimming, camps, specialty programs, and special events as well on the bottom portion of the table. And to look at those costs and how they are currently funded through the different revenue sources. So we can see almost 3/4 of the cost, but 73% are funded through tax-based funding. User fee revenue represents about $1.7 million, or 1/4 of the cost, with a minor amount of funding coming from various grants and donations. Then looking at the bar chart on the bottom right of the slide deck, we can see for those same services and the annual costs that were presented in the previous slide, how those costs are currently funded from user fees. And so on the far right-hand side, we can see that the arena at the Meridian Center represented the greatest share of annual costs, about just under $2 million per year. And those costs are recovered, or about 41% of those costs are recovered from user fees, about $784,000 per year. So that's obviously the greatest share of user fee revenue when looking at the different components of service provided. As we proceed to the left, we can see the other components of the Meridian Center, like the gymnasium, for example, have revenue of about $250,000 per year, recovering only 15% of the costs. As we saw on the previous slide, that the provision of open park space represents about $900,000 per year, but there is no fees associated with that. And then lastly, I think to highlight towards the bottom portion of the table or the chart is when looking at the camp programs that are offered, when including the indirect support costs as well, this is the one area that is performing the best in terms of cost recovery levels, with those fees recovering about 3/4 of the full cost of service with respect to camps. So then when we looked at the fee recommendations, so they were looked at within this approach that we've highlighted here this morning in terms of the beneficiaries of service, the demand and supply of the various programs and services that are provided, as well as looking at the fees that are imposed in other Niagara region municipalities. We looked at across the region as well as more narrowly within St. Catharines and Lincoln when looking at arena fees, for example, being a bit more narrow in terms of the direct comparators that user groups might utilize other than Pelham. And so the fee recommendations that are being brought forward as part of another agenda item this morning in terms of the proposed 2025 user fees would generally move the town towards the top end of that comparator group. And just to highlight that, the implementation, the timing of the implementation of the different fees will differ depending on the activity. For example, with the arena fees coming into effect later in the year, which is important just to note when we're talking about the potential impacts on revenues within your 2025 budget. A full year's impact of these fee increases would not be seen in 2025. That would be seen in 2026 when potential fee increases are in place for a full year. But in that regard, the draft 2025 operating budget for the town does include a $180,000 increase in user fee revenue. That's about a 10% increase over 2024. And that's inclusive of increased trends the town has seen with respect to service utilization of the different programs and activities, as well as these fee increases that would be in effect for different periods of time in 2025. So just to highlight, again, at a high level, some of the ranges of increases that are being proposed for 2025. At the Meridian Center, with respect to ice rentals, for prime-time ice rentals, it's proposed about a 2% increase. For non-prime and floor rentals, a little bit higher, at about a 9% increase in the hourly rental rates. For public skating, it's about a 12% increase to levels seen elsewhere in the region, from $4 to $4.50. Room rentals would go up by about 7%, and gymnasium fees would go up by about 6%. However, noting here that there would be no increase in the fees that are imposed to youth and service clubs. With respect to the fees for outdoor facilities, so your sports fields and courts, there's no change proposed. However, for pavilions and band shells, those fees were significantly lower than those imposed elsewhere, and so there's a more significant increase proposed for those at a 62% jump. Then with some of the programs that are offered for the swim programs, about a 4% increase for Learn to Swim programs, about a 9% increase for some of the life-saving programs. And then with respect to the camps that are offered for the summer and March break camps, the increase would be about $10 per week for those, 5% increase over the current fees. So then the last thing we wanted to highlight was, with respect to the fee structures, was the review and discussions we've had with town staff around non-resident fees. And so generally there's two approaches that municipalities take when looking at how fees or the availability of these services might be prioritized for residents versus non-residents, with the sort of background rationale being these are highly tax subsidized programs and services, so sometimes the thinking that there should be a prioritization of these services for residents who are paying those taxes. And so the two approaches are generally either charge higher fees for non-residents or to actually have policies and procedures in place that prioritize the availability of the programs and services for your residents. And so currently within the town, it's the latter approach that's utilized through having the registered programs available to town residents in advance of non-residents to ensure that residents have the opportunity to utilize those programs prior to non-residents, and as well as through the ICE allocation policies at the Meridian Center for the registered user groups. And so through discussions with town staff, the current approach is preferred in terms of maintaining that policy of prioritizing residents versus charging higher fees for non-residents. And the reason being really that when you have a policy that prioritizes residents while still allowing non-residents to utilize the programs and services at the same user fees, what it does is it allows non-residents then to utilize excess capacity in those programs and services, which increases your cost recovery levels overall versus running programs at partial capacity. And whereas if you increase fees, those non-residents may or may not still utilize those programs. You may have a decrease in service utilization if you actually had higher non-resident fees. And as well by not disincentivizing non-residents of using the programs and services, it can also allow the town to offer a greater range of programs in terms of the types of activities or the times they're offered by having non-residents allow the town to meet sort of minimum thresholds for being able to operate programs in an economical way. And then as well, when it comes to non-resident fees, especially when you're considering non-resident fees, potential for things like drop-in programs, it can become an administrative burden of actually having to check and monitor and maintain the application of those non-resident fees. So that does conclude the presentation. I'm happy to try and assist with any questions.
Excellent. Thank you for that great presentation, Stephen. I think that myself, I totally agree with this report. It's a fine line that we have to walk between paying the cost and at the same time realizing that it is a community center. And then yes, we have some people that are that have a nice income, but we also have other people in the community that appreciate the lower rents or the lower fees. So, and at the same time, you want to stay competitive. So there's a lot of balls in the air, and I think as far as I'm concerned, you and the staff have reached a compromise across the board, and I appreciate that. Raising the fees $180,000, 10% average across the board. I think that's a great step. The residents realize that we have to pay for this facility, that costs have been incurred, high inflationary period that we just had. Inflation is still running 4 or 5%. So obviously the fees had to go up somewhat. So myself, I'm happy with this report. I think you struck a real good balance. I'll open it up to council and any comments. I'll go to Councilor Hildebrand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the excellent report. I appreciate all the facts and numbers and all the details you provided, which is highly appreciated and detailed. Couple areas I want to question you on with regards to getting down to the details when you come to the recommendations. For instance, ice rentals. I appreciate your comparators. You're saying we're at the top end of the municipalities. You're saying it should be St. Catharines and Lincoln. Well, if we go to those fees, then we're really going to make some big jumps. But you're saying our prime time ice rental, which is the prime time, highly required ice time, is only going to go up 2%. It doesn't seem in line with all the other ice rental increases. You got 9% for prime time, non-prime time, and 9% for floor rentals. I would think that prime time ice rentals should be somewhere maybe 5% or something like that. Is there a reason why it's so low?
The reason it was lower is because that was bringing the town up to the top end of the comparator group for prime time rentals. So they had more room to move on non-prime time ice in terms of that difference versus the top end for the other municipalities. So having said that, I'd come back to the overall, what I think is really important to keep coming back to with any sorts of fee increases for these types of services is that they should be done in a phased and transition manner so that you can monitor the impacts on service utilization. So 2% versus 5%, would that have much of an impact on service utilization or the affordability of this? Probably not. And so that's certainly something that the town could look at if they wanted to go a little bit further on that. But given that would put you at the top of the comparator group, I think you'd want to be mindful of doing anything more aggressive in terms of not wanting to have any negative impacts on your user groups.
Thank you for that. When I look at your comparator group, I think one of the things you compared us to was St. Catharines, and I think they're at 245.45, and Grimsby is at 252, and we're at 226. So we don't want to get into the numbers here. I just want to mention those things. The more important item I want to touch on, Stephen, is not those numbers. I want to talk about the direction with regards to council was looking for the resident and non-resident fees. I want to understand why we can't do a hybrid system and combine both.
Combine both policies?
Yes.
There's no reason you can't do that. There are other municipalities that do both. So it's something that you can do. My recommendation is that before implementing any increases to the non-resident fees, that you would make sure you have the data to understand how many of your users of your registered and drop-in programs are in fact non-residents, and so that you can have a better understanding of what the impacts on service utilization might be if you were to increase those fees.
I appreciate that. I don't think this council is looking at increasing the, having that apply to services like the walk-in service and all those other things. I think that needs to apply to services where you have people registered with the different departments for fees. Like, for instance, a high primetime item for me would be summer ice rental. It's a premium facility. It's a premium ice rental. And to me, people have to pay a premium if they're non-resident, because I think we can probably sell it out for the residents during prime time ourselves. So that's just the way I feel. The walk-in clinic or walk-in traffic for swimming or pickleball or court service, that's a administrative nightmare. But I don't know that any of the other facilities, things that we can do for non-residents applications is a application nightmare or a staff nightmare in terms of charging that fee. Just my comments. Any comment to that?
Yeah, I think so. I think in terms of, I would agree with you, in terms of the administrative burden, it's less so when you're looking at registered programs in terms of that verification process of the resident versus non-resident fee. And so, again, it's certainly something the town could do. My understanding was that for the most part, when it comes to things like prime time ice rentals, is that through the town's ice allocation policy for your registered user groups, is that prioritization of residents is already occurring through that. But again, to your point, if there's further that can be done in terms of there still is some additional demand there that's being taken up by non-residents, that's something that the town could look at in terms of imposing a non-resident fee for that.
See, during the regular season, I agree with you, but during summertime, that's when all the other groups are coming in, and that's not the registered program. So that's an ideal location where I would think we could charge non-resident fees. Because we're not dealing with the regular ice hockey federation, skating, and all the other clubs that use our rink.
Right.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eckert.
Yes, good morning. Great presentation. Thank you. Just one comment on the non-resident fees. You used the term, prioritization to residents and then excess get filled by non-resident. Would a better term be unused? Because there's not really excess. So just for my own head here.
Yeah,
is that,
yes, it's excess once the residents have, or unused once the residents have their priority.
You have 50 spots, 45 get used, you got 5 available for non-resident. Okay, thank you. The other question I just have is on summer camp. So summer camp, in your graph, your table, performing extremely well. But we're putting them up 5% or $10 per week. And I know they're heavily utilized. They're very popular. Families love those. What's the reason for that recommended increase? Is it to make sure that we stay at the level where we are, like our costs? We see an escalation of costs, so we want to maintain that excellent performance?
Yeah, so it's looking at it in the context of the approach being, if the market comparators are indicative of what is an affordable fee for those services, then you can increase by $10 and still be at that same level that other municipalities are charging for camp. So it's just an opportunity to increase your overall cost recovery while still maintaining that market competitiveness and not pricing those services at an unaffordable level.
And just last, if I can, it just went out of my head, I think, for a second. I'll come back to it. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councilor Wink.
Councillor Wink, please.
Yes, thank you through you, Mayor. Excuse me. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Stephen. The question I have pertains to sports fields, and there's no proposed changes. Perhaps you can comment on why there was no proposed changes when the user groups of those sports fields are demanding increased service levels and increased capital costs towards those fields, plus the fact that our maintenance people are going to be getting increased wages and their benefit costs are going to be increasing, yet there's no increase in the sports fields. In other words, we're subsidizing the sports fields much further what's being proposed than what we were in 2024.
Yeah, so it's the rationale is the same as within the other areas where your sports fields, your fees for sports fields are at the top end of the fees imposed in Niagara region. And so if there's escalating costs within current service levels, then you're correct. Those would be costs that are going to be borne by the tax base within this current proposal. However, I would note if there are requests being made for increased service levels, so I'm not sure specifically what that means in this case. It could be additional lining of fields, for example. That's potentially an area where the town could look at having surcharges for those types of service level increases that are being requested.
So could I please have the director of RCW make comment on that, please?
Yes, we turn to the director, Ms. Van Mandenwey.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what our consultant has explained as well. Our sports fields over the years, we have had higher rates than other municipalities, and now we're basically comparable to other municipalities, and that is why. I understand that 2025, that our operating budgets have increased due to maintenance, and perhaps that is also due to a catch-up to improve the turf over the years that hasn't been done. But, as I've said previously, we will, do whatever council's direction is, but that is why everything is based on comparables.
So just further comment on that, looking at the soccer fields, the hourly rate for lights had dropped from $37 per hour to $20 per hour. There might be opportunity there to take some of those costs and increase the fees a little bit, because there's all sorts of demands and all sorts of improvements that these clubs are asking for, and it's all on the taxpayers' backs.
Any other comments from Ms. Van Maben?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, as you can see, in the past, our soccer lights, an analysis was done years ago, and the analysis showed the soccer lights are much more expensive, and over the years, soccer has always paid a higher rate. And if you look at the comparisons in other municipalities, soccer does pay a higher rate over a baseball diamond. Although to make it, after looking at the comparisons, staff decided to change the rates, decrease the soccer rates, and increase the ball diamond rates to make it more comparable across the region. And that is the reason behind that. So in looking at the usage, the revenue should remain the same in making those changes.
Counselor?
Yeah, the revenues are the same, but our operating costs going forward are going to be much higher. Just saying.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'll go to Counselor Kerr.
Yeah, I'm just kind of following up on Deputy Mayor Wink's comment relative to the lighting fees. In an era when costs are increasing, it's really somewhat astounding to see a fee rate drop so dramatically from $32 to $20 per hour for a user group. That's a 33% drop in a fee that they have already been paying. I guess where I come back to is the number of hours that each of the groups are utilizing the light fee. I guess that's, if we know the number of hours being used by soccer and the number of hours being used by baseball, then we have a better sense of proportions. And if the dominant group is soccer, if I take $12 an hour off of soccer, I got to make up $12 an hour on baseball somehow to even out this numbers, as the way you describe them to me. That if the revenue stream is identical, then baseball's paying far more, yet they're still staying at $20 an hour. So the numbers don't jive when I run the mathematics on it. So it's a point where, following up, the ask is for major capital improvements. along with reducing operating revenue, because I haven't quite figured out where the evenness of the dollars come in without seeing hours per group relative to that use. My instinct tells me that it's probably was at $32 an hour because A, the other groups were charging it, and B, illumination costs, as we know, Hydro One is not going backwards by any stretch. And so our electrical costs are going to forever increase, and each year annually they increase. So to take something backwards is kind of just it runs against my instinct of if the $32 was covering its cost, then in theory, baseball, in terms of looking at lighting that goes on the illumination of the fields, is probably comparable for the size of area that's being illuminated. I can't say that for a fact, but it's a question that came to my mind as well when I looked at these numbers going, a regression of 33% on a fee seems, for a high user group, soccer is asking for more and more and more, so that means their hours are going up and up and up. My suspicion is probably the baseball one is the evening ones are probably being utilized to a far greater degree by adults in particular leagues and things that this is recreation for them. And so an increase in the light fee to me would not be onerous on recreational groups versus minor baseball, which I consider a separate entity from this. So I'm not in favor of a rollback personally. That's a specific, but that's just a question I've had going forward, recognizing that the demands for, again, maintenance on these fields, they want more frequent mowing, they want sod work, they want this on top, which adds to the annual operating cost, not true capital cost, but it's an annual operating cost. So somehow we've got to marry those two together and make sure that we're not regressing, because every household in Pelham pays for that for certain, for individualized groups, but that's the challenge.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Before we go further, the CEO mentioned that maybe we're going a little wide. So to the report, we will, any questions to the presenter or to Ms. Van Meeuwse on the report, and then we can have another discussion when we excuse Mr. Stephen, then we can discuss into the intricacies of it. But any questions on the report, and then we can discuss how it came or how we should go forward. So just questions on the report as it was presented, and then we will move on to a further discussion if need be. So any questions to the presenter on the report? Go, Councillor Olson.
Thank you, Mayor Junkin, and thank you for your report. I was looking at table 4-1 in your report, and noticing, and I tried to do this because I was trying to allocate the revenues in a different manner, and I see you have things there like swimming camps and specialty programs. And if you allocate the revenues and the costs to look at the contribution margin of each one of them, it presents slightly different picture. Here it shows that if you, for example, if you were to allocate swimming to the pool, and that was the closest I could come, it's going to be difficulty with camps and specialty programs because they use so many of the facilities. Did you try anything like that to look at a contribution margin, just simply the cost of materials and labor and that type of thing, and just leaving the fixed costs out of it, because they're sunk and they're going to be there anyway? So just a question about that. Thank you.
Yeah, so when looking at table 4.1, I suppose if you were to look at the very last column,
Yeah.
the cost recovery excluding capital and indirect. So that's if we looked at just the operating costs. So if we've excluded the annual life cycle costs of the facilities and the indirect support costs have been allocated for things like HR and IT and finance and so forth. So if you're looking just at the first column in terms of the $4.5 million of direct operating costs, so we did look at those revenues relative to those direct sort of marginal operating costs of the facilities and programs. So that presents a little bit of obviously an improved overall cost recovery position from going from 27 to 40%. And you can see that by program as well, where again, the camps are recovering almost in the entirety of the direct operating costs.
Okay, because the way I'm looking at it is all the capital costs have been allocated to all the other programs. And by the way, I'm really happy that we had the asset plan, the management plan in place for allocating these costs, because I think that makes a different picture. So thank you. I understand that now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other comments? I will go to Councillor Nesnick.
Yes, thank you. It's just back to the user fees with regards to resident versus non-resident fees. So just, can you, I don't recall if oh yes, here it is, right here in front of me. So you did compare several municipalities, and very few of them use the resident or the non-resident rate fee schedule, right? It's usually like if I want to go to a St. Catharines event, I can go and register there and I don't have to pay a certain amount. Same goes for Town of Lincoln, Waynfleet, Fort Erie does just for the arena rental and beach passes. Grimsby's nothing, Port Colborne is nothing. So I guess the question to you is that, the concern is if we went to or implemented some sort of non-resident rental fees such as ice rentals, would that create a tipping point, and then those user groups would go elsewhere since many other places do not charge that, and then that ice would sit empty, and then we would actually lose revenue, which we definitely don't want to do.
Yeah, that is the concern, whether you're talking about non-resident fees or any fee increases for any program, is does that result in users going elsewhere? And so, again, with respect to the non-resident discussion, I think, to some of the earlier points, the implementation of a non-resident fee doesn't necessarily mean the user groups are going to go elsewhere, but I think it could be expected that some will, if that puts that non-resident fee higher than what it would be for them to utilize the service in their own municipality.
Okay, thank you. And then just one final question with regards to that, to Ms. Van Ravenswaite. Do we have any data with regards to the amount of resident versus non-resident rentals and usage of our town facilities?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, obviously, if it's a rental, we would know whether they're residents or non-residents. Drop-in fees, we don't have. Drop-in programs, we don't have. As they come in, they pay, they go. We can make that analysis. We can look at it. A lot of our non-prime time usage are non-residents renting, and the reason why they're renting is because of our fees. And a lot of them, it's the time that we're going through. It depends on, I know we have a beautiful facility, top of the line, but it really makes a difference how much they have to pay, and they're getting the same service, whether it's an ice or a gym. They can go elsewhere for the same or a little bit more, and the concern is they will do that, and we will lose some of the rentals that we enjoy having now, and the facility is rented most of the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you for those comments. Any other questions directed to the presenter? If not, we will excuse the presenter, and then we'll continue the discussion with the staff. Councilor Curry?
Thank you. It's following the resident, non-resident that was included in here, and you indicate when you looked at it, you looked at non-residential parks and recreation user fees and identified the municipalities. What kind of differences were they charging between resident and non-resident, I guess is sort of in my mind. And when I see Niagara-on-the-Lake charging for, it says here they charge non-resident rates for facility rentals, sports fields, swimming passes, lessons, fitness memberships, and camps. There must be values in there that are showing, here's what we're charging for a resident versus here's what we're charging for a non-resident to get in. It would help me have an idea what the differences were. Similarly for City of Niagara Falls, artificial turf rentals and sports fields. Well, sports fields, what is the differential rate for rentals between a resident versus non-resident? That just, you framed it nicely in here, but it would be nice to see the actual, some of those values that were highlighted so that we could look at it. Because what we were given was strictly almost an either or. Preferred for residents, or, and is there not potential, as was brought up about a hybrid model? And you said there's some that are doing it, and evidently they are. Thank you.
To the presenter?
Yeah, so I don't have those numbers with me. We can certainly, we have them though. We can provide those through staff or council if you wish.
No, that's fine. I just like to see them personally.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions to the presenter? Not seeing any. I'll thank you again, Mr. Stephen, for your consulting with the staff and coming up with these fees. And I really appreciate the work you and your company put into it. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Thank you. Now, I guess I will continue. Any other questions on the report that can be directed to the staff member?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind just wrapping up the presentation, then we'll move on to the staff report.
Oh, okay.
So with that, I have a motion put forth by Deputy Mayor Wink, seconded by Councillor Niznik. Be it resolved that Council receive the Parks and Recreation user fee study and presentation by Watson and Associates economists. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions on the staff report?
Sorry, the consultants report, then we'll move to the staff
Oh,
report.
okay.
Yeah.
So on the consultants report, any other questions? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed. Thank you. Motion carries. And now I turn to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That does bring us to the associated staff report, and I have a motion put forth by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Olson. Be it resolved that Council receive Report 2025-0275, and that Council approve the 2025 user fees and charges, and that Council directs staff to prepare and present the user fees and charges bylaw for consideration at the next regular meeting of Council, being December 18th. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now on the staff report. Any further questions? Councillor Eckert.
It was fortuitous that left my mind because this is a more appropriate question to staff. So it had to do with around the consultant mentioned about appropriate notice and that we wouldn't see the actual true revenue increases until 2026. So what, if we're looking at raising rates now, is this too late in the year to notify our user groups, or are we good?
To Ms. Van Mavensway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So all of our ice rates, they would be, our ice rates are anything that the season has already begun. They would be implemented in September for the fall season, if you would call it that. The summer rates would be implemented now if council was passing it. We're just getting into, so it allows the association to accommodate those rates in registrations. So any association that has already registered, we would not be implementing the new rate till the following season.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions, comments on the staff report? Councillor Hildebrand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure exactly how you want me to address this, but I have 9 major changes that I'm making to the report.
You can put them to council, yes.
Okay, I'll start one at a time. I'm starting first with the clerk's department. I'm changing every one of the $15 fees to $20 and charging a non-resident fee of $30.
So, wait, okay, so I'll turn to the clerk. Should we indeed vote on each one of these as we go forward? Or, because I think that's how, myself, I think that's how it should go, but you're the clerk.
No, that's certainly a possibility, unless council would like to consider them all as a whole. But if you think it's more appropriate to do them individually, that's not a problem.
Yes. I'll go to any disagreement on council, because there's 9 of them. I find it hard to believe that council's going to accept all 9. So if we take them one at a time, we vote on them. Yes, and the CAO agrees. Go ahead, Councillor Olson.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps a friendly amendment is the photocopy price per page is different on 2 places here, and the clerk suggested that I present this as a friendly amendment. It's, and I would move that to make it 20 to 30 cents. Yep. Okay.
Oh, okay, and I believe that you had that, did you have that on your, in your list? No.
That was not
Well, it's got the floor, so that's.
Oh.
Here's 9 first.
Yes. Okay, okay. So Councillor Hildebrand has the floor, so we'll do his 9, and then we'll come back to you. Okay? Excellent. Okay, Councillor Hildebrand.
Let me just explain on that for the clerk's department. That's dealing with affidavits and commissioner votes. That's basically, and that's for non-residents to $30 for that fee.
Okay.
So there's a whole bunch of different fees the clerk's department charges in there. I can read them all or go over them all, but just looking over all the details.
Well, I would think that, no, well.
So,
okay.
excuse me.
Go ahead, Councillor.
If you're going to be making 9 suggestions, I'd like to be able to follow through on those 9 suggestions. So then let me know what page number you're referring to.
Yes.
Makes it a lot easier for us to follow.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hildebrand, and obviously, if it's going to be voted for in council, you should indeed read the whole thing. We just, go ahead.
Okay. I can, if you want me to go over every one in detail, I'll be glad to do that.
Oh, and the page that's on, sir?
Oh, sure. The clerk's department is on page 2. That's all the changes there. Page 3.
59 of our package. So it's page 2, the clerk's report, but it's 59 of 356 in our package.
Okay.
So we're not confused.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Looking at my, he scribed, and there it's page 2 as well.
Both of them.
So, okay.
What did you want to do there? Just repeat me. It was so long
Okay.
ago, I forgot.
All the $15 fees, and the $5 fee, all go to $20 and make them and also charge a premium for non-resident of $30. The reason why I'm doing that is that Welland charges $15. They provide no guidance, they provide no document, and all they do is stamp whatever you bring in and sign it. So basically, I'm saying there's a premium for what we provide, and the non-resident should pay a premium for that kind of service coming into our department. So that's number 1 change. Number 2 change is on page 3.
Wait, so that's number 1, so this is a different one you're going to is number 2?
It's number 2.
Okay,
Different
so
one.
let's debate on that.
Glad to do that.
Okay, thank you. So on the first change, brought forward by Councillor Hildebrand, raising the fees for documentation from to $5.
From $15 to 20.
Yeah,
$20, yes.
15 to 20, and for non-residents, or is that for non-residents?
No.
Non-residents is?
Non-residents go from 15 to 30.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on that? Councillor Nesnick.
So, yes, so you'd be adding in a non-resident fee, is what my understanding is. And then is that, I only see one $15 one, which is signature for all other documents, and then a $5 fee for each additional document. Is that the only 2 changes? You would go to $20?
Councillor?
What about the death permits and registrations? Would those stay at 10? And the retrieval of archived records, would those stay at 11? Or you want to flat out make everything $20?
I'm flat out making everything $20.
Except for the photocopies per page, you're not making those $20 per page.
No, I'm not.
Phew!
Yes.
So I can support you, I can support moving to making documents $20 for documents, and that's fine. I don't know if I'm in favor of the non-resident fee. I think if $20 is $20 for a service, so that's my thought. I'll support it if you don't have the non-resident fee in there.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? I guess, first of all, Councilor Hildebrand, are you willing to take the non-resident out, or you want to leave it in?
Absolutely not, because we've got the License Bureau and many people coming to our town because they don't have the form, they don't have the guidance, and they want more help.
Okay.
So, and the License Bureau is sending all their people, they have that, but they've eliminated that position. So they're sending all their people from wherever they come, and that License Bureau serves Thorold, St. Catharines, and all the surrounding facility. In the last staff's report, we had 109 Commissioner of Oath forms signed.
Okay, yep. Okay, thank you. Councilor Kerr?
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's the reference is strictly to the affidavit Commissioners of Oath section on page 2, which is in
Yes.
of the report. But it does not impact on the burial permits were at $100. So that remains as is.
That's right.
Okay. I just
Okay.
need to clarify.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other questions before I call the vote? Don't see any. So on the motion put forward, oh, wait,
The amendment.
amendment, do we need a seconder?
Yes, if you'd like to consider that as a standalone motion, yes.
Okay, so, Councilor Kerr, you all second?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Again, any final remarks? I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And motion, and all those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Councilor, go for number 2.
On page 3, rental of Peace Park from $14 to $20.
Right. I'll turn to the Director of Recreation. Any comments on that, Ms. Van Ravensway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that same fee will be further in the fees and charges report. I don't know if you have that on your list or not, but it is under Parks. Well, I have page 27 on this. I don't know what page it is that you're looking at, but it's the exact same fee. It's just in that area. And the reason why it's in the area is because weddings are performed in the park.
Excellent. And the councilor is right that the fee right now is 14? And the council wants to take it to 20. Right, Councilor? Oh, to the clerk?
Sorry, I can clarify. I just reviewed the rec schedule. It appears that the rental fee has been or proposed to be increased to $27. So we can make that administrative change if that.
That's good.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. To number 3 then, Councilor.
This is where it gets more complicated. It goes to primetime ice rental, page 21. And I'm increasing primetime ice rental from 2% increase suggested to 5%.
And do you have numbers for that, please?
That's basically going from a $5 increase to a $11 increase per hour.
And with that $11, what does that put primetime ice at?
I think that brings us to 231 versus 226.
Okay.
If I have the numbers right. I'm going by memory now.
I will go back to Ms. Van Ravensway to confirm those numbers first.
Sorry, 232.
232. Ms. Van Ravensway, do those numbers jive with your calculator?
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you. So that's number 3 there, Counselor?
Correct.
Okay, so we will have this, So do we need a seconder for each amendment, or does the seconder apply blanket?
If you would like to consider each one individually, you would require a seconder.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there, to Ms. Van Ravensway.
I apologize, but through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure when you're talking prime time, is that prime time, does it also include prime time youth, that you'll be putting it up by, did you say 11%?
No.
Or 5%, sorry, 5%, $11.
I'm basically talking about adult fee, not the youth.
Okay.
And before we continue this discussion, we need a seconder on this amendment. Councilor Eckert, you'll second. Thank you. We can now continue the discussion. Any other questions or comments on increasing the ICE, primetime adult ICE? We'll go to Councilor Wink, Deputy Mayor Wink, please.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Will that put us at the top of the ICE rentals for adults compared to other municipalities?
I turn to Ms. Van Ravensway.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it will. And if you give me a minute. I don't have it in front of me, but it definitely will, compared to our municipalities, our South Coast municipalities.
Any other questions, Councilor? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, do you know what? I don't think we have to be the top of every fee that's out there. I'm fine with the 226.
Thank
We're
you.
going to be looking at this again next year.
Okay, thank you, Councilor, for those comments. Any other comments? Coming to Councilor Kerr.
Yeah, taking into account Councillor Hildebrand's suggestion of $11, if you run it backwards and run it on a per-person basis for prime time, with an average probably of 20 participants during that prime time hour on the ice paying for it, we're talking 50 cents a person. It's in the grand scheme of things, and it still fits within, if we look at inflation and everything and costs and all the rest of it, of 4 to 5%. 5% for that during prime time, which is the highest demand, that's why it's called prime time. It just makes sense. The dilemma is that if we go small, then what happens is then you play catch up 2, 3, 4 years down the way, and then suddenly 5% becomes 10%, only because you were falling behind from before. I just look at the operations of facilities and that, so I'm supportive of 5% for that, for the prime time, not for the prime time youth, though.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Councilor Kerr, any other questions or comments? I guess my comment before I call the vote is I will not support this. As Councilor Deputy Mayor Wink said, we don't have to be at the top. We don't have the same clientele as the people on the Queen Elizabeth Way. They have different areas they can draw from. I'm quite happy with the staff report of 226. Again, any further remarks? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion doesn't carry. Motion's defeated. Councilor Hildebrand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, going to summer ice, April the 1st to September the 1st. Staff have already, if I've got this right, and my charts are all right.
Are we on the same page too, Councilor?
We are still on the same page.
Okay, thank you.
Page 21, summer ice. I think they've already increased the prime time ice by 10% in the summertime. I'd like to propose a non-resident surcharge of 5% for summer primetime ice. We're not affecting any of the sports facilities we have in town, or any of the youth, or any of those. We're just affecting those people that are coming in to rent primetime ice in the summertime. summertime ice is premium ice at prime time, and I think that kind of adjustment for a non-resident fee would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And we need a seconder on this motion. Is there a seconder? Okay, Councilor Curry, you will second. Thank you. Okay, thank you. So now we can discuss this amendment. I'll go to Councilor Eckert.
So if I'm reading this right, we have the spring, summer ice. Non-prime time is 134, prime time youth 162, and prime time adult is 226. And what we want to do is, the motion is to increase that prime time adult to 5% more than the 226. Is that what we're looking at doing?
The summer ice,
Yeah.
All of it, if you're not a resident.
So all three of those categories, if you're a non-resident coming in, they all go up an additional 5%? Is that what we're?
no, just the adults.
Yeah, that's what I said in the first place, yeah.
That's just,
Okay, so that 226 would increase by another 5%.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Curry?
Okay, now I'm confused. But I'm going to go. My reading is that it's 226 primetime adult for residents, and that the 5% increase that Councilor Eggers, it's strictly for non-residents, a 5%, just for non-residents, not for, so you don't take the 226 and automatically bump it up for everybody,
No.
just for non-residents.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. To Director of RCW.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, that's 5% non-residents, prime time, adult. Summer.
Yes. That's correct.
Need to get.
And I'll go to Deputy Mayor Wink.
Yeah, so just playing devil's advocate here. So if you've got a group from Welland coming in, they're going to be paying more. But if in that group you've got one Pelham resident and that Pelham resident rents the ice, they're going to be paying $226. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So again, it's going to be, people are going to figure this out really, really fast. And, you know, we have a decent increase of $23 an hour for primetime adult. They'll figure out the ways to get around the rules. And in all honesty, do we want our staff sitting there saying, okay, there's 19 people from Welland and one person from Pelham, or there's, let's say, 19 people from Pelham and one from Welland, and now we're going to charge them the higher rate. I just think it becomes an administrative nightmare. Just have one rate.
Thank you for that, Councillor. I believe, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Hildebrand, you're thinking of organizations.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're not talking individuals.
Individual ice rentals. You're thinking if Niagara Falls Ice Hockey Federation wants to come down, it'd be something like that. That's so.
Absolutely. I know we've got teams like Team 99 that comes in. We know that we have a lot of organizations. I know the Ice Dogs want to come in. If those guys want to come in,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
They want to rent, but they're out of town.
Yeah.
But if the guy from Fond Hill is the guy who's renting it for his team, and he's got 19 of his players from Welland, gets the bargain.
Okay, thank you. I'll go, if I can, I'd like to ask our RCW director a question. Yes, we have summer ice, but who else has summer ice? I got a feeling that there's quite a few arenas out there that have summer ice now. Do you know the number, please?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, There are a lot. Niagara Falls has summer ice, Grimsby has summer ice. There's summer ice available. I do have to say that this year, St. Catharines will be shutting down their rinks for maintenance, and that's normally when maintenance is done. So every year, it's hit and miss, who has it, who doesn't. Most of our summer ice, and we are booked morning through night, we're very busy because the kids are not in school, are booked by camps and training camps and so forth. So a lot of youth bookings are going on during summer ice.
Okay, thank you. And so even though it may be someone's power skating school, they would still be getting but they would get youth rate? Go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is how we have distinguished youth. If it's youth on the ice, it's a youth rate. If it's an adult on the ice,
Yep.
It's an adult rate.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions on the amendment before I call the vote? Councilor Curry.
So the proposed 226 rate, is that comparable to other ice rentals? You brought up Niagara Falls, other areas. What are they charging per hour for summer ice?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, what we have found through the comparisons, the rates are the same throughout the whole year. So if our rates are, and basically that is what we are, we're suggesting that we have the same rates throughout the whole year, which is quite an increase in our rates for the summer, and that has now brought us up to par with other municipalities.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I guess my question was, what's Niagara Falls charging per hour? If they're charging the same rate per year, for the whole year, you're telling me there is no summer ice premium, which we know ice in the summer is expensive to maintain. I'm quite surprised that they would, that means they're subsidizing the summer ice pretty extensively.
Okay. Any further comments?
Yeah, I have to apologize. I don't have that with me, and I will keep looking for it. But we do have the actual rates through the consultant that across the region. We didn't compare with Niagara Falls rates
Okay.
for this.
The CEO would like to make a comment?
There either have been or are about to be 9 separate proposals before council. And what I would say generally, the question you're trying to ask is, what's the impact and why? Councilor Hildebrand has a number, and you've already addressed some of them, of suggestions regarding clerk fees. And I think that's an excellent and reasonable exercise for you to engage in, because those are sort of normative. We've taken what they were, we've added a bit of inflation, we have a moderate understanding of our own cost structure, but you can talk about the environment, both City of Welland and what the province does through its services, and those are good places for you to focus energy. With the ice time, with all due respect, like a lot of hours have gone into this. That's not normative, it's rigorous. And we've got here, there are already significant increases, and there's a real difference in what's charged in South Niagara. We're considered part of the South Coast from tourism for a whole bunch of purposes. Notwithstanding our geographic location, we fall on the South Coast. And we are aware from years of operation that a lot of our renters come from south of us, which is why Lincoln and Grimsby are, with all due respect to the presentation, poor comparators for us, because they can draw on Hamilton, a large population with considerable money, more so than we do. And that's it in a nutshell. We already have large increases. Unlike every other year, we're actually coming back to you with another report on fees in March. I don't think this is a constructive use of this council's time. Council Hildebrand does have a number of more things that go back to normative. I think we're going to hear about soccer and baseball lighting, and those are good things for you to focus, to have it, because how does that reflect? How do you want to treat different kinds of sports? There's some good things, But the ice time has been rigorous analysis, both externally and internally. And they already have large increases. And we're coming back for another conversation in March. But when you look at the time we're taking on very minor, without that analysis, we're looking at items where we've done deep dive analysis. And I think you've got a bunch of underlying, these numbers come from advice from a heck of a lot of professionals, both people living it real time and those who are not directly part of the community, but for whom we're paying for their services. So I would just try to encourage council to look at the items that are sort of normative and where you can make changes because we aren't, it hasn't a bunch of rigor, and there's some discussion there around lighting costs and electric systems. But the ice piece, this is a finely tuned thing, and it's coming to you with significant increases. And I think if I haven't heard anyone be opposed to increases. The question is, do you want to add more on top? Well, could we see how these work first? And then you have to prioritize and value your time. It's frankly, in this debate, this is a lot of changes at the very last minute without analysis in them, respectfully. So I'm trying to help focus where you can get the best bang for our buck. And there are a couple items here where I think you could have really good debate and maybe make changes to. I know why the staff don't come to you with suggestions that we double or triple prices, right? As we dealt with very recently with the cemetery. It was an appropriate thing for council to take, and only council can make those decisions. And Councillor Hildebrand has a number of good suggestions for you, or at least potentially good suggestions for you, but it's really difficult with the ice time because we've already done that analysis. And this is our best advice to you, both anecdotally and based on lived experience and based on some financial analysis. So I don't think it's helpful to dive into what Wainfleet charges. We know it's less, and Port Colborne, well, Port Colborne's actually just above us, but Welland is less, and Fort Erie is less. And those are our draw from South Niagara. And the further north and west you go, the higher it is. That's just very easy. Thank you.
Okay, but at the same time, we do have a motion on the floor. So we will continue on with this motion, and then we'll go from there. So let's go. What is the motion on the floor right now? So this is
Summarize
5% increase
for
adults.
non-resident.
Non-resident.
That's all.
Yeah, non-resident.
That's the only thing we're discussing.
Yes.
We're not talking about difference in fees.
No. Okay. Any other comments, questions on this amendment before I call the vote? Okay, I don't see any hands. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and all those opposed? The motion is defeated. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Page 22, event electrical to $1,200.
Okay. Perhaps a little further detail. And that's, I'm sorry, the pages?
That's on page 22, event electrical system includes ESA inspection. Used to be $1,150. I'm taking it to $1,200.
I see, okay. Okay. And do you know any idea what that is in the, on our iPad or not?
Well, it should be the same page.
Oh, really? Okay.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. It's also 22 on the iPad? In the middle. In the middle. Okay, excellent. And you want to take that fee?
Up $50.
Up $50. Okay, thank you. Any questions? Councilor Nesnick?
Yes, just through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question to the director. What is the actual inspection fee for that?
To the Director of RCW?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what this fee is, it's the electrical panels, the portable electrical panels that are used at events, large events. It could be the art festival, it could be the home show, our events, Summerfest. You'll see them out there probably on Friday night at our, just a little pitch, Christmas market, 4 to 9. Anyhow, it's the actual panels that we bring out And then the electrical ESA inspection, Electrical Safety Authority inspection, every event is inspected, and it depends on the day of the week and the extent, but it could range between $350 to $400, $500. So the actual, and the actual usage of the hydro is minimal.
Okay, excellent. To the Councilor Nesnick, did you have, I'm sorry. did you get
Yes,
behind?
so thank you very much. So this is a fee that you would charge to somebody renting that electrical system for an event at the MCC or anywhere in the community that they want to rent that. That's the fee that they would have to pay?
Sorry. Correct. Although there's only certain areas that we can rent it. It needs to have the system already. So downtown, we already have the system to plug in the panels. It's out here in the Peace Park, but that is exactly, or at the MCC.
Okay, thank you.
Basically 3 areas
Right,
that they're
okay,
able to
thank
be
you.
rented.
All right, I feel that I'm confident that the rate is set as appropriate with no need to increase it.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Anyone, any other comments? Councilor Kerr?
Yeah, I have no problem of going up $50 over the previous year, because I can guarantee you the Electrical Service Authority is gonna, they don't go backwards. And every time they come out, this is not something, the town still has to pay this out to a third party. This is not an internal done by municipal employees, the inspection. So that's where the extra expense comes from. So I don't have a problem.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before I call the vote? I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Councilor Uckert, you were second? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Any other questions, comments before I call the vote? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment? And any opposed? Motion carries. Councilor Hildebrand?
Page 26 and 27 is the summer field lighting of diamonds for baseball and soccer field. I'm not proposing to reduce the soccer field lighting to $20 from $32. And I'm putting the diamond field lighting for the summer baseball diamond up to $32. Basically, these are the adults that are playing at night. And I can tell you, I've got the rates for 22, and the baseball field lights at the Harold Black Park were 3 times the cost of soccer fields. And in 24, it was less. They were 3 times more than the soccer light costs. And in 22 or 24, they were 50% more than the soccer lights. So these are the adults that are playing. So I think it's only appropriate that they pay the $32 just like the soccer players pay.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder on this amendment? I see Councilor Olson will second. Okay, thank you. Comments, questions? Councilor Nesnick?
Yes, just thank you very much. So currently, this year, they've paid $13.50, and they're going to go to $32 is your suggestion. I know we brought this up, and I think that's what our director and her staff have worked on, kind of finding that middle line. So reducing the soccer, giving them a bit of a break, and as well as increasing the ball diamond to $20 each. I'm just wondering if maybe we could. I'm just worried about the baseball at night. That's a huge increase for them. They're gonna really balk at that and think, oh my goodness. So, well, we'll see what the rest of council says. I wonder if maybe we could go 25-25 or something like that to make it a little more palatable, or 30-30. Well, then you might as well go 32. No big difference. But anyways, okay, those are my thoughts. It's just a huge jump. And I know soccer's already used to paying the $32, so for them to be decreased, I think they'll just feel like, but then they have asked for more services as well, so that might offset that, not reducing them.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Kerr?
Yes, I had brought it up earlier. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. When I run the numbers, it's basically baseball an increase of $6.50 an hour, and soccer a reduction of $12 per hour. And this is where I had the query of the number of hours allocated to each for the lights themselves. Because in theory, if you're attempting to go revenue neutral, a $650 increase doesn't offset a $12 per hour decrease particularly well. So it's all coming back to the number of hours for each individual. So that's more my question, is to try and find a way. I understand the economics of it, but ultimately that would be my question. Recognizing a $650 increase for baseball is a significant increase, I don't dispute that. But a 33% decrease for another organization is also a pretty big cut.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the director of RCW?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate everything that is being said. Totally understand it. What is missing out of this equation is the uses of the fields and the way they're being used. So for instance, Harold Black Park, the uses have changed over the years. There may not be as many adult games being played at that field. We've divided up into smaller fields, one field, smaller fields, because the regulations have changed. So the use of the soccer lights may not be as much as what the ball diamond lights. So now, yes, the ball diamond lights may be higher, the hydro usage, and that's because of the use being higher. And we'll see a difference in the revenues coming in with the increase in the ball diamond lights, and you may not see the increase in the revenues over the years with the soccer lights, because it's a different age that's using the field, and they're not using the lights as often. So that's where you're seeing the difference. But, you know, we can do a full analysis in which that's what should be happening here, a full analysis on the use, the revenues, the power usage as well.
Okay, thank you for that, Director. Go back to Councilor Kurt, you still have the floor.
I have a question then. I know soccer extensively uses E.L. Crosley Secondary School. And I can't imagine they're getting it for free from the District School Board of Niagara. Do we know what their charges are?
To the Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That is a completely different ball game, or soccer game, if you want to call it that, sorry. We're talking a turf, top-of-the-line field, millions of dollars, totally different. I do not know the cost that they are being charged per hour or how that is, because we're not in that. That is not what we do, so that would be a private rental.
Okay. Councilor Kerr?
I would have thought that anybody with an organization renting from them would be able to tell you what they're having to pay per hour relative to do that. I sort of know where you're going, but it was just the only other alternative that I could think of, saying, driving by at night and seeing massive lighting systems. I recognize it's a different quality of field. People will pay a premium for the much better facility. But again, an organization's not going to lose money especially the district school board. It's not about to subsidize from their side.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other questions, comments before I call the vote? Not seeing any. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilor Hildebrand.
I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you for council's and staff's consideration.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hildebrand. To Councilor Nesnak. Oh, yeah, Councilor Olson, you are next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Junkin. I had it was just a friendly amendment to say that in the, I believe it's development, it says 30 cents a page for photocopying, and the other one is, the other part is 25 cents a copy, and I just propose that we make it 30 cents in both places, and that was just to be a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. So you're putting that,
Well, I think I was a mover of this, so
Okay.
and I think Councilor Kerr, I think, was a seconder, so.
okay. Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
So to the clerk, we can just put that,
Yes, that's actually just an administrative correction, so I can accept that as a friendly amendment without a formal vote.
okay, thank you very much. Excellent. Council Nesnick.
Thank you. Through you, just a question for our Director of MCC. Just back to page 21 with regards to the trainer's rate versus the school ice rate. So I see they both increased, or is one a new rate, the school ice rate? And then is that on top of the hourly rental rate, or is that they pay $85 an hour for ice, period?
To the director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is a high school rate that has, and there are these rates, similar rates are across the region for high school ice.
It's
hockey rates.
school ice rate. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, it is a school ice rate. Actually, Yale Crosley, when their teams come in, that is what they pay. And that's comparable to other municipalities. And the trainer's rate is, if a trainer comes on with one child, two children, they can only have up to 5 at $70. If they have 6, they're paying full rate.
So, okay, thank you.
That's also comparable to other municipalities.
All right, I was thinking of a hockey school rate. So that makes my heart swell that you're giving the schools a deal on their ice rate. Thank you very much. Phew. And that's why you ask the questions, right? And then, so for the trainer's rate, is that during non-prime time for sure and never during prime time?
To the director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I haven't seen any trainer out there during prime time with the children. So it is a non-prime time rate that the trainers use.
And then one final question, just in that same vein. So in the summer, though, there is no trainer's rate. They pay full rate for non-prime time rates of $134. There would be no trainer's rate in the summer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, normally during the summer, there are more than 8 or more than 5 people on the ice, so they would be paying full rates.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor. I turn to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there is no more amendments to,
I'm sorry.
no problem.
To the Director of Finance, Ms. Quinlan.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a correction here on page 38 from Public Works. So the road closure open fees, the overtime should be the same as the same wording that we have for the regular hours, which is, the cost includes for one block closure and includes 2 road closure signs requests above. This would be the full cost recovery. And the fee, the existing fee right now is $383, and that's going to go up to $321, not the $2,000. And then the other one is the that was 312 to 321, 383 to 395. So that's the correction that was missed. And this matches the road closure during regular time.
Okay,
I want to put that correction in. This is from Public Works.
great. Thank you for bringing us up to date on that. Thank you. Now I turn to clerk, and I'm sorry for the interruption.
no problem. I would just ask if council had any objection to that correction, if you want to deal with it as a friendly amendment or a motion.
Council Olson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, looking at this whole thing, we have some superior facilities, and we've got a superior creative staff, and I'd just like to exploit some of the things that have to be community goals, such as water safety. And I'm going to propose that we don't have fees for swimming lessons for parents and tots and preschoolers 1 to 5. So I would have no charge for that. That's going to be my motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So we can just backstep one. Any comments on the comments made by the Director of Finance on those increases? And I don't see any on that. So then Council Olson's no fees. Could you repeat that, please?
No fees for parent and tot swimming lessons and for preschool 1 to 5 swimming lessons.
Okay, and so obviously, you must be talking residents and non-residents.
I think water safety is a community goal, so I wouldn't make a distinction myself.
I will now turn to Director RCW as to the consequence of something like that, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so there are limited spots in all of these programs. And residents will have first dibs on those spots, at least 2 weeks prior to. Many times, they're all taken. So when it comes to, there won't be enough spots. That's all I'm saying. Already, we don't have enough, and people are paying for them. So the thought of it being free, that would be a council decision, but there's still limited time that's available for the swimming lessons and limited spaces.
Yes.
And Pelham residents would get it first. We do have a lot of, just so you know, we do have the Wainfleet, Bismarck, Smithville. A lot of people try to get in, and they are only able to get in if there's spots available.
Okay.
So it's very limited.
Excellent. And then if we were to follow through on that councillor's suggestion, what is the revenue lost? Oh, I'm sorry. to the
Yeah,
Director
so
of
through you,
Finance.
Mr. Mayor, currently, the total pool lessons budget is $60,000. The actual for 2024 was $52,000. In 2024, the swim program was the revenue less the expenses. The town, the tax levy paid $65,000 in total for the swim lessons.
Okay.
So the revenues don't cover the cost of the swim lessons. So if that's reduced, then that number will go up, and that will impact the tax levy.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, we need a seconder on this motion. And Councillor, I do not see a seconder.
I don't either, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. To the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there are no more amendments to bring forward, we would be looking for a motion to accept the report as well as approve the user fees and charges as amended today and direct staff to bring the bylaw to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, is there any more amendments from councillors? Not seeing any. I need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Eckert, and a seconder from Councillor Kerr. Any further discussion on the fees? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? I see none opposed. Motion carries. Thank you, Council. To the clerk.
Excellent, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. That brings us to our first delegation this morning, and we have Ms. Clark here to present the 2024 Summerfest Final Report on behalf of the Summerfest Working Group.
Ms. Clark, thank you for staying with us. Yes, and you've appeared before council before, and thank you for joining us again.
Thank you very much for inviting me and allowing me to present to you the Pelham 2024 report. Of course, I'm here on behalf of the work very happy to be here with you. You have to think back now to 4 of the most beautiful days of the summer when we were all here in the snow. And think about what a wonderful time we had here in Pelham last July. So we're very proud of Pelham Summerfest, and you can see that once again, last year we achieved recognition as one of the top 100 festivals in Ontario, as recognized by Festival and Events Ontario. So information about Pelham Summerfest is provided throughout the province through Festival and Events Ontario. We're pretty proud of that. So we always try to remind ourselves, why are we doing this? We have a lot invested in this community event, and that's exactly why we're doing it, because it is a community event. It features local businesses, local entertainers, sponsors who have just been tremendous this year, volunteers, restaurants. We want people in Pelham to come and join us for 4 days of free family fun, and they do, and you'll see the numbers in just a moment. So just a refresher, Thursday night we have our opener in the band shell in Peace Park in the band shell, and you can see all the smiling faces, people here coming to enjoy the music. And the Pelham, the Fonthill Band Shell Committee puts together a wonderful performance on the Thursday night. We drew record crowds again this year. We have our farmers market, of course, with lots of great foods for people to pick up and enjoy, and the Summer Chill series. So we've got so much going on in the park, and I know many of you were there that evening to join us. Friday is really become almost equivalent to Saturday night. Friday night now we have country night, and it attracts lots and lots of people, a lot of country fans in Pelham. You can see that we had great attendance again on the Friday night. Our volunteers, of course, are always smiling. Great music, lots of family fun, and our lasso cowboy, I can't think of his name offhand, he was entertaining people up and down Pelham Street, a lot of fun. Saturday, we're rocking, as you know, on Pelham Street all day long. We start at about 11 o'clock and we rock until midnight. And this year, we were very pleased to have two wonderful main stage sponsors, Marty's Heating and Air Conditioning and Tucker Homes. And they provided the sponsorship for all of the events that took place on the main stage this summer. You can see the crowds. You know the crowds are always there on Saturday. And with the great weather that we had, they just brought out more people than ever. Our kids zone, I mean, who doesn't love a burning schoolhouse and the opportunity to use a hose to douse that flame? And of course, we have Niagara Inflatables. They've been a sponsor and been part of Summerfest since day one. And you can see children are always enjoying the inflatables that we have on hand on Saturday. Lots of entertainment in the park, and certainly lots for families to do. We also tried something new this year, and it was a real hit. We called them the Pelham Street Games, and they were actually games that you could participate in. You can see some of the pictures here. It was down one end of our street. We had 7 or 8 games, I guess, and every game was sponsored by a business in Pelham. And so we tried it, and sponsors loved it, participants loved it, and we're certainly going to add to the Pelham Street Games this year. You can see one of our sponsors at the bottom there, and the 2 children in the blue shirt, Milan Air. He lives in Pelham, wanted to become part of Summerfest, and sponsored a game during the event. Sunday, we decided, we've got lots of room on Sunday to improve our entertainment and offer more to the community. So we did enhance our activities on Sunday. We had more inflatables and more things for children to do. Of course, we had the car show, and we were able to do so because we received a grant. We had applied and received a grant from Ontario Cultural Attractions Fund, and they supported that increase in activity on the Sunday, and they also supported the revamp of our website. So here's Pelham Summerfest by the numbers. We had 50 vendors this year, 30 entertainers and bands, over 25 cash sponsors, over 1,700 volunteer hours, and economic impact over $4 million. And that's pretty significant. And that economic impact takes into account all of the money that changed hands as people came to Summerfest, whether they traveled and had to buy gas and stay overnight. My son came down from Toronto with all of his friends. They stayed here all weekend. I can tell you they spent a lot of money everywhere because I saw them off and on throughout the weekend. So that's the kind of impact that an event like this has, was people traveling to us, and of course, all the things that we need to pull together to run the event. And all of that translates into our 4 free family days. So we had over 45,000 attendees this year, and it was busy. Again, the weather was certainly in our favor. You can see Friday night is almost rivaling Saturday now. We're getting large crowds on Friday for the country night. Sunday, we did increase our attendance, and that was part of our plan, and it worked, and we're happy about that. The majority of people who attend Summerfest are Pelham residents, but we attract from neighboring communities, and of course, you know, my son and his friends made up that 8.9% from outside the region. Here's just a graph showing how our attendance has changed from 10,000 that first day we operated Pelham Summerfest in 2011 as a one-day event, and now we're at 45,000 in 2024 with a 4-day event. This graph just illustrates the location of our visitors, Pelham in the blue, other municipalities in the region in the red, and then the gray from outside the region. So our sponsors this year were absolutely tremendous. We obviously thank the town of Pelham as the presenting sponsor for Pelham Summerfest. It's, the support has been appreciated from day one. I mentioned the Ontario Cultural Attractions Fund sponsorship this year, Marty and Tucker Holmes, and we had a sponsor this year for all of our volunteers. So if you saw the red shirts that said Volunteer Sleep Comfort, they paid for that privilege of sponsoring all of the volunteers at Summerfest. We had community leaders such as Walter and Amy Hildebrand who just believe in Summerfest, believe that in the spirit of bringing the community together, and actually contributed personally to the event. Our car show, why not have insurance companies sponsor your car show? That makes a lot of sense. And of course, we had the sponsors for Pelham Street Games, our community partners like the band shell and so on. So you can see we had a lot of support from businesses and organizations in the community. So in terms of funds, we collected $64,500 in sponsorships from all of the sponsors I've just mentioned. We had in-kind contributions of just over $30,000, and our volunteer time evaluation is just almost $44,000. You know, we don't have newspapers anymore, so it's important that we use the right social media to reach people in our community. The only printed material we had this year was the household flyer that the town prepared and delivered to each household. Everything else, though, was done through social media, Facebook, Instagram, our website, and you can see just some of the numbers here and how many people are accessing all of that information. Our website, I'll show you the next slide in a moment, but our website was updated due to the funding that we received from that grant. And look at that, it won an award already. It was received a gold.com award this summer, and we're pretty happy about that. The beauty of our website now, and you can see it was viewed over 23,000 times in a 2 or 3 week period. That's a lot. People are looking at the website now to see where can I, you know, what do I need to know about Friday night? Who's playing? What vendors are there? Where are the shuttle buses? All those sorts of things. And the beauty of our website now, with this revamp of the website and the way it's organized, is our staff, Pelham Town staff, can now make all the changes to this site. It's no longer, we no longer have to pay someone else to help us with this. It can all be done internally. So if we have breaking news or some information has to be changed, staff can go in very quickly and make that change. And that's a real bonus for us now because we haven't had that capability in the past. So volunteers, as far as I'm concerned, are the heart of Pelham. Without volunteers, we wouldn't be able to do very much, I think, as a community. We had 6 service clubs and organizations involved in Pelham Summerfest. You can see some of them there. We had over 130 volunteers, 6 members of our working group, and as I mentioned, over 1,700 hours of volunteering plus. Look at the bandshell group. Don't they always have that wonderful smile, and our Lions Club and our own staff and young volunteers coming out to help with the festival. So every year we survey we obtain feedback from vendors, sponsors, and participants. And as a group, we debrief all of this information. We take a look at all the feedback received, and we use that and take that into consideration as we develop our plans for the coming year. This year, we've already looked through all the feedback. Len and I went out to talk to some of the business people on Pelham Street, and we get great feedback. And feedback is positive as well as critical, right? Or these are the areas where we think you need improvement. I can tell you in talking to some of the business people, they said, you know, Summerfest changes my business model entirely in that usually in the summer, things are a bit slow. After Summerfest, I'm so busy for the next few weeks. People come into the shop, don't actually buy anything at Summerfest, but come back the next week and spend time in the shop and walk away. One business was telling us those 2 weeks after Summerfest are her busiest all summer. So those are the kinds of impacts we want to see in our community as a result of an event like this. So this year, the feedback we know we have some areas to address and specific issues related to cleanup. So we do a great job cleaning up the actual footprint of Summerfest within the perimeter of our festival, but there's trash outside, and we've heard about that from businesses, from homeowners and so on through our surveys and through discussions. And so we have some plans in place to take a look at that and how we can pick that trash up and make sure that our community is clean outside of Summerfest, around that perimeter, as well as inside the perimeter. And security, that's our other issue. And frankly, if you take a look at festivals and events throughout communities, security has become an issue for almost everyone. We understand that. And I think one reason, and this is a personal comment, our police no longer offer paid duty officers for events, and I think that is an issue for all community events in Niagara. It's interesting to learn in other communities, it's a requirement that you have paid duty officers at an event, and the police want that to occur. So again, I won't editorialize on it, but I think that's something we'd like to see again. We would certainly encourage that. But security is an issue, and we know that there's some things we're going to do a bit differently in 2025 in terms of fencing and those sorts of issues. So I just wanted to assure you that we take all of these things into consideration when we plan. So I want to see you all on the Hill, July 17th to 20th. Forget the snow. Think about 4 wonderful days here in Pelham. And certainly want to thank all of our sponsors, our volunteers, the Pelham businesses who support us directly and indirectly, our service clubs, the staff. I mean, can you imagine working with this group of staff? I know you know this, but they are just tremendous. I'm so proud of the work that the staff do and how they support events like this. Council, we want to thank you for your ongoing support, and certainly our residents who come out in droves. So there's our working group from last year, and we have a new group of people involved this year, and we're looking forward to planning the event again. So thank you very much for your time.
Great presentation, Ms. Clark. Thank you. There's beyond a doubt that Summerfest and Pelham are tied together. Yeah, you hardly think of Pelham with, oh yeah, that's the place where Summerfest happens. So it's great, a great union, and it's great to see that it continues to win awards and attract crowds. And I think one reason it is so successful is because the people that run it are always innovative, always thinking outside the box. Okay, this was a weak night. What do we do to strengthen that? Mm-hmm. And you come up with other, better ideas, greater ideas, and it just keeps getting better. So thank you and your working group for doing a great job in making this festival what it is. And as you pointed out, 1,700 volunteer hours is that's incredible. Also to for this town to come out and support the festival, such as that. Great. I'll open it up to council now. Any comments? I see Deputy Mayor Wink, please.
Yes, through you, Mayor. On behalf of the council, just can't say enough about Summerfest. As you're aware, I've been involved with Summerfest for over 10 years, but you keep on pushing the envelope. $50,000 in net revenue off of this. That's a historic number. The sponsorships that have gone from 40,000 to 63,000 is amazing. It's when we came out of COVID, it was very difficult to get any sponsorships, and it kind of shows how much the business community values Summerfest and appreciate the efforts in getting that money. And just the fact that our attendance numbers keep on going up is phenomenal. I'm not sure if the council really realizes how much time the committee puts in on this. Generally, you're probably starting, if you haven't this month, next month, you're doing meetings every other week. Some are shorter meetings, but some run long. Once we get close to it, you're meeting on a weekly basis. There's a lot of dedicated time, and I look at your last slide where it showed the staff, but there's only 5 or 6 volunteers in the community that are involved in this, and it's an amazing effort on your part, and I can't say enough about what you do for our community. So to your committee, to the staff that were involved, thank you very much for everything you do for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wink. Any other member of council comments? I guess, Ms. Clark, that Councilor Deputy Mayor Wink spoke on behalf of council. Great words, and again on behalf of council, we really appreciate the work your group does to make this thing such a great event every year. Thank you for appearing before us this morning.
Thank you very much. I'll pass all that along to our working group members. Thank you.
Thank you. I turn. Oh, I'm sorry. To the Director of Recreation, Ms. Van Ravensway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank B and the committee because we couldn't do it without you, as you know. And I just want to recognize Lauren Phillips. Lauren is our festivals and events programmer, and she put her heart and soul into this past Summerfest, and we couldn't have done it without her. So just thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Ravensway. I turn to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion put forth by the Deputy Mayor Wink, seconded by Councillor Eckert. Be it resolved that Council receive the 2024 Summerfest final report and presentation from Ms. Clark, Chair of the Summerfest Working Group, for information. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? See none opposed. Motion carries.
Excellent. That brings us to our next delegate this morning. We are joined by Stephen Kaiser, who will be attending virtually. And to our next delegate this morning, we are joined by Stephen Kaiser, who will be.
Clearly, gotta cut that.
Yeah, we're going to look at these two guys.
All right.
Mr. Kaiser, we do see that you're in the room. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we
and I'll just
can.
remind you that you have 5 minutes to present. Thank you.
Stephen, you have the floor.
Good. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, town staff, and those attending the meeting. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. It was interesting watching council discuss user fees for almost 2 hours, and as a resident, I appreciate that discussion and the efforts. What we're talking about today is involving not cents for photocopies or dollars of 5, 10, 20, or 30, but thousands and thousands of dollars and millions of dollars. So I hope we have the same degree of attention. As you know from previous presentations and my personal relationships with most of you, I'm a longtime resident of Pelham, and I've been working in the home building and land development industry for almost 40 years. Over the course of those years, aside from running our company, I've held various positions both regionally and provincially representing the industry. Reflecting back to even the late 1980s, even then our industry concerns were taxes, fees, and charges, both locally and provincially from 4 levels of government that directly impact the cost of housing. I can tell you that I was qualified as an expert witness at the Supreme Court of Canada, and that is precisely the evidence that I gave. The fact is that fees and charges imposed by government directly add to the cost of housing and decrease affordability. It baffles me that all levels of government continue to comment or ask why housing is no longer affordable when they in fact are holding the smoking gun. I watched your council agonize earlier this summer over a few affordable rental units on Canberra Road, and yet today is missing the point that affordability or attainable housing is a jurisdiction-wide issue and not simply an issue that is localized to a few individual housing units. You are proposing once again to move attainable housing in your community even further from reality. Successive councils have come and gone over the years that I've been working in Pelham, and constantly they seem to place even more costs on the new home buyer. As recently as 2018, the development charge for a single-family home was $17,750. Today, you are proposing to almost double that amount. I fully realize the legislation that enables development charges. I was part of the process when the act was legislated in the late 1990s by the Harris government. I agree with not just the principle, but also the legislation that growth should pay for growth. Where we strongly disagree today is that growth should not pay beyond what is mandated in the legislation. The background report for creation of your bylaw is fundamentally flawed and places a multitude of costs on the new home buyer that should be borne by the existing ratepayers. The process to date in developing this bylaw has left a great deal to be desired. I recall a number of cases where the industry has worked for months with the municipality to bring forward a background study that was, for the most part, endorsed by both sides. This process started by council in February with almost passing a new DC bylaw with no consultation with the industry, to the shell game that has resulted in the revised background study that is the foundation for the new bylaw you've been asked to pass today. Yes, there have been meetings with industry representatives, but the concerns expressed have not been answered. There's been no rationale for not creating an area-specific charge for Fenwick. The costs are huge in relation to the housing starts that will take place over an elongated period of time. Our next door neighbor, Welland, does have an area-specific development charge in their current bylaw, simply for that reason. Why haven't we done this here in Pelham? Let me explain the shell game comment. Since the background report in February, the Centennial Park Pavilion cost was raised $400,000. The Merritt Road urbanization was moved back a year and raised $1.5 million. The Clare Avenue urbanization was moved out 7 years and the cost increased $1 million. And the boom truck was moved out 1 year with the cost doubled and now 50% payable by growth, actually the same amount as before. These are just a few examples. I often hear council talking about development charges in other Niagara municipalities, comparing where our town falls in terms of their quantum in comparison to other jurisdiction. This is really a moot point unless you fully understand the other municipalities' specific background study leading to how the charge was calculated. I will, however, give you a comparison of some background numbers in Welland. Their road component in their study is almost $2,000. Yours today is $13,506, over 6 times higher. There's wastewater is $2,600. Your proposal is $5,700, or $5,700, over 2 times higher. The Parks and Rec component is $3,352. Your proposal is $9,901, almost 3 times higher. Their charge is $10,765 for a single-family home in Welland. You're proposing over 3 times of that amount, or $34,999, starting January 1st. Previously, I mentioned the concern over growth paying the costs that should be borne by the existing tax base. I'll cite a few examples, although the concern relates to a large number of line items throughout the study. The Station Street urbanization, a road that has existed in the town for over 100 years, and like many other roads in the town, should have been fully urbanized years ago. The work in the background study was completed in 2018, and to be done in 2023, and yet the work is still outstanding, and the amounts have been collected over that time. In the background study, you'll see the capital cost is now $3,475,000, and 2/3 of that amount is apportioned to new growth. It's not because of new growth that this road needs to be urbanized after being neglected for so many years. Pancake Lane's another similar example. Perhaps one of the best ways to show the total impact of taxes, fees, and charges from 4 levels of government is to use the local example, our proposed 48-unit, 2-bedroom condo on Welland Road. Today, the project would pay $960,000 in development charges to the town. The park dedication would be approximately $100,000. The regional development charges would be $974,000. The HST component would be just over $2.5 million, for a total on the 48 units of approximately $4.6 million taxes, fees, and charges to 4 levels of government. The new bylaw would add another $222,000 to that amount. That means that a unit selling for an average of $650,000 would have included that amount, just over $100,000 in taxes, fees, and charges that are passed on in the purchase price, as I have noticed previously. These numbers do not include the cost of a building permit or any other development costs related to getting the project off the ground. These are simply taxes, fees, and charges imposed by 4 levels of government. It is interesting that from the town's perspective, this particular infill project creates no new roads or sidewalks for the town to maintain, no pipes for the town to eventually replace. What it does create is an additional $30 million of assessment for the town to receive in tax revenue over the years to come. I should note that likely a large portion of the buyers of this project will be current residents of the town looking to scale down to a more convenient lifestyle, still in the municipality they have called home. There are certain other areas of concern in the background study, such as the debt on the community center and how it is apportioned. However, this is not the time and the place to discuss what is justified and what is not. Outside of the discussion of what can and cannot be charged under the legislation, there are just some other aspects I'd like you to think about in this stance of growth should pay for growth.
Stephen, you've exceeded your 5-minute time limit, sir. Can I give you 30 seconds to wrap it up, please?
Okay, well, I'm just, to wrap it up, there's a few other aspects that are important. I mean, you've spent all that time on user fees, but a lot of times the person buying the unit is not the person who is necessarily the new resident in the town. We've seen this a number of times, that the person who's paid for years, taxes, and whatever to be a part of the town, then they buy their new place, or they pay for their fees as a new home buyer, and then the first tax bill they get, they're asked to pay, again, the other portion that's in the development charges for the years over that. So it's a real sense of double dipping. But I guess in conclusion, and there are a number of other key points, I'd say I'm asking
Stephen.
Yeah.
We do have this. We do have a policy, 5 minutes, and you've exceeded that actually by a couple of minutes. So I gotta stop you there, sir.
I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for presenting before council. And I will open it up to council to any questions from the councilors. And I do not see any questions forthcoming from anyone on council. Stephen. Oh, wait, I see Councilor Eckert.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. What do you see? What are you asking for? What do you see as a fair or fairer, let's say, development charge bylaw? And not necessarily just you, but your association or whatever. What do you think is fair?
I think some have said, that's a good question. Some have said before, what kind of increase, what percentage are you willing to accept? I don't really think that's the game, so to speak. It's what is fair, what's our proportion that we should pay as growth, as new development. That essentially is it. So that what that involves is going back with staff, going back with the consultant from CN Watson, and it's a laborious process, but when I referred to in my presentation, it's going through line by line item and looking at it and truly coming to terms in terms of, okay, this cost, why do we need this cost? Is the apportionment correct? Is there another, can this be deferred to another period? Is this really necessary? There's a host of questions. Councillor, you've asked before about Pancake Lane, and you know, that's a $3.3 million cost. 2.6 is on new growth. That just makes you shake your head. It makes me shake my head.
Thank you. Councillor? Oh, that's good. Okay, thank you, Councillor. I would like to point out, Mr. Kaiser, that staff did in fact sit down with Chuck, who is the Niagara Home Builders representative, as you know, and they did in fact went line by line, and they did in fact reduce to the present level after that kind of line-by-line inspection. So that has already been done, and that's what got us to this number that council is debating now.
I understand those discussions, and I was fully aware of them.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kaiser. I'll ask one more time of council, any other questions or comments on the presentation? I don't see any. Again, Stephen, thank you for your presentation. I turn to the clerk.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, that I would be looking for a motion to receive the delegation from Stephen Kaiser on the proposed DC bylaw, and I do have that moved by Councillor Hildebrand and seconded by Councillor Niznik, and to you for a vote.
Okay, thank you. All those voting in favor? I see none opposed. Motion carries. To the clerk.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor, we do have one more speaker on the matter, and then I understand we will be taking a quick break following. And we have Chuck McShane joining us virtually this morning. And if you just allow us a moment to get Mr. McShane ready.
Of course. Thank you.
Mr. McShane, we do see you're connecting to audio. I think you just need to accept the invitation.
Sorry about that, Mayor.
Great. Thank you for joining council this morning. Chuck, I trust that you didn't bring any nickels and dimes.
Oh, we're going to go on that.
I'm just quoting my good friend Jim Diodati, that's all.
That's not fair.
Okay,
anyway,
sir.
I wanted to start by saying good morning. Hold on, I'm just pulling up my stuff in the middle here. I want to start by saying good morning, Mayor. Great to see you, council staff, and members of the gallery. You know, before I start, obviously you had Stephen on earlier, and a lot of what I was going to speak about, Stephen obviously has brought up. So I'm going to pass speaking about those items. And just a warning for the council, and please don't take anything that I say to you personally or the staff. Mayor Juncker will tell you I'm pretty straightforward and very passionate about the home building industry and ensuring that our youth and everybody can afford to buy a home. So let me introduce myself. My name is Chuck McShane, and I'm proud to serve as the CEO of the Niagara Home Builders Association. The Niagara Home Builders Association consists of 180 member companies that have been charged to construct the much needed housing here in Niagara, and has also been the voice of the home building industry for over 60 years right here in Niagara. We advocate for the housing affordability and attainability for the new home purchaser. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the new proposed DC bylaw that has been presented to you to vote on. and the many issues our industry has with this proposal, as well as the process that has taken place to get to where we are today. The Niagara Home Builders Association has always been a proponent that growth should pay for growth without burdening the existing taxpayer with the costs associated with growth. With that being stated, we are also a proponent that the new home purchaser is not burdened by funding infrastructure items that are the responsibility of the existing tax base. After review, we have come to the conclusion that there are many items that are questionable in this proposal, as well as the costing. The initial submission given to the town with our concerns, unfortunately, have not been addressed to the satisfaction of our members. And to be brutally honest, the answers provided were nothing but insulting and clearly evasive. I warned you earlier before I started that I'm very blunt, and please don't take it personally. The charge you are looking at today is no different than the one that was presented to you earlier this year. The only difference in this proposal is the timelines for the projects, and indeed the pricing has changed, and in the industry's eyes equates to only smoke and mirrors. It's certainly unfortunate that this proposal is nothing but a shell game, and the last time I checked, producing the much needed housing is not a game, and certainly questions the validity of this background study, as well as how the producers of this study have come up with a finalization only after being questioned of the validity. One need only wonder when some items have been reduced by an insurmountable amount and other items have increased by an insurmountable amount, basically making the end charge the same. Once again, a shell game. You know, all you good folks, you give your time and you're elected and you all want housing affordability. You want everybody to live in a home, and all we want is fairness. And I'm sure you do want that as well. But if this bylaw is passed, I don't think fairness for the new home purchaser will happen. So I urge you to defer this bylaw and keep dialogue going with stakeholders until this bylaw is fair and equitable to all stakeholders, including the citizens of Pelham, the new home purchaser, and the industry. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you, Chuck, for your presentation. I will now ask if there's any member of council that has questions or comments to the presenter. I don't see any. Chuck, I will say to you, as I said to Stephen, that that you did. Remember, I said in a meeting with you and staff, you brought forward questions. You went line by line. We went from, I believe it was 28, we're down to with a number we are now. Obviously, you're not happy with this figure, judging by your presentation. That any other comments you have on the meeting?
With all due respect, Mayor, and thank you, but you know, one needs only look at let's just say Project 13 within the DC bylaw. After being questioned, the gross capital cost for that project was updated to $150,000 from $400,000 originally. Would that not make somebody question the validity and actual numbers? So, Mayor, yes, we did have that discussion, and I certainly appreciate staff sitting down with me and yourself to discuss that. The numbers that unfortunately were put in front of me, and to be quite honest, I only received them, I believe it was a week and a half ago, before this meeting. And at the end of the day, when I look at items that have been reduced, right, by you know, over a third, and then other items that have went up a third, it's certainly you know, I believe those numbers need to be looked into to ensure that they're not only fair for the town, but fair for the new home purchaser. And if we can all of a sudden go from a $400,000 item that was in the DC charge 3 months ago, now is $150,000. One needs to question it, and I asked the council to question the validity here on a lot of these items. Yes, we see some items have went up. Okay, fine and dandy, but when I look at some items went down and other items went up, it only makes one think, Mayor. And sorry, I ramble on. I'm worse than Kaiser sometimes, but it only makes one wonder. Like where is the actual number? And I don't think we've actually seen that. And we would love as an industry to sit down with the town of Pelham and come up with those actual numbers.
Okay.
We want to be here to help. We know that we have to pay DC charges, right? We know that you can't foot the bill on all of the town of Pelham. But at the end of the day, we just want what's fair for all stakeholders involved.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. I'll again turn to council. Any other comments or questions to the presenter? I don't see any. Chuck, thank you for your comments and appearing before council this morning. I appreciate your time.
Thank you all, and I wish you all happy holidays and a Merry Christmas. All the best, folks.
Thank you, sir. Take care. I turn to the clerk.
Through Mr. Mayor, I have a motion put forth by Councillor Olson, seconded by Councillor Kerr. Be it resolved that council receive the delegation from Mr. McShane of the Niagara Home Builders Association regarding the proposed DC bylaw. To you, Mr. Mayor, for any comments.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that brings us to our break this morning. I would like to advise council that the live stream will remain running, but we will mute the microphones.
Okay, thank you, council. Okay, council, I see everyone has returned, so we are now back in session, and I turn to the clerk.
Sorry, I'll just allow the deputy clerk to unmute. Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, that brings us to item 7, which is a slight change from our regular schedule, but we will now consider the development charges bylaw. And I have a motion put forth by Councillor Eckert, seconded by Councillor Hildebrand, that council for the town of Pelham, having given due consideration to the bylaw, now do read a first, second, and third time and do pass same, and that the mayor and clerk be and hereby are authorized to sign and seal the bylaw, being 83/2024, being a bylaw for the imposition of development charges, and to repeal bylaws 4023-2018, 4149-2019, 4314-2021, and 4431-2022. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Turn to council. Any comments or questions on the bylaw? And I'll turn to Councilor Nesnick, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I know this was before us back a few months ago, so thank you for taking it back to staff. And I understand that, we had the consultant's report, and it was reviewed and reviewed again in depth, and then we sent it back for further consideration because we did feel that it was a little high at the moment. And so now you've come back with us again, and after further consultation with several groups, some are still not satisfied. However, I do think we should move forward with this. My understanding is that this DC charges have not really changed since 2018, other than the cost of inflation. So I guess that's my question to the treasurer, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, to the treasurer, Ms. Quillen Murphy, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I missed the last.
Oh,
one.
that's
I was-
fine. I'll repeat it. Yeah, you were looking
bringing
something up,
cookies
I
later.
think. Yeah. Uh-oh. So my question to you is, when's the last time an increase to development charges took place, and has it changed since 2018? I believe is the last time the DC charges were set.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have an annual increase of indexing that's part of the bylaw. So that's when the last time was, 2024? Was what the increase? The indexing. Yeah, that's the indexing. But we did go back, I think, in 2020 to do an update with regards to the Meridian Community Center. So that was very specific to recreation. But as far as just the regular development charges, it's been the indexing that's done every year based on the consumer price index.
Okay, so thank you. So just looking at, from the taxpayer hat versus the development hat, paying for services. So as a taxpayer, we have been paying for services, and we've continued to pay for the changes in the community that services, and that frankly people are expecting and require from us as a town corporation. They expect good roads, they expect good street lighting, they expect many of the services that are outlined. We want our firefighters to respond when we call them. We want all of those things happening. So my taxes have increased greatly since the last time a DC chart has been presented to the town. So I really feel that this is sort of a balancing out of the fees that are going to be now as well included into the DC charges. So as I said, my taxes have increased approximately, I did the math since 2018, about 35%. So those are our tax levy, our taxpayers are contributing to the services that the town is offering. So I have no problem with moving forward with this chart as outlined and this bylaw as outlined. I also want to applaud that you've got a lot of subsections in there with regards to the attainable housing and how the exemption to DC charges can occur in a variety of ways. So I applaud those inclusions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments, questions? I see the treasurer has comments.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to comment that from 2018 to 2024, the cost of construction has gone up significantly. I mean, that's the pressure that we're having right now in our capital plan and in the DC study with the cost of capital. So that, I think that's the pressure that we're all having, and that's why the DC rates have gone up across all municipalities, not just ours.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments? I'll go to Councillor Eckert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where I struggle with the bylaw, and I think it's been stated by some of the presentations that we've had in the last year or so, is the how we allocate DC charges to specific projects that are going on. And that's where I have difficulty with this, and that's been the bulk of my questions. I don't have any qualms about, I think staff has done a great job getting the rate increase down to below 20%. I think it's you're always doing a juggling act at the lower DC rates you have. It maybe promotes growth and then you get tax revenue, but then we're nailing taxpayers to put in infrastructure that should be being paid with new growth. So it's just that there's aspects of this that I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I'm having difficulty understand allocation of DC charges to certain projects that to me seem like they're old projects as opposed to the result of development. And I've had discussions with, and people have given me some great answers, but I'm still having trouble with it. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eckert. Any other comments? I guess my comment is on this, that we started out, I believe it was 27 or 28%. We were asked to review the company, the firm that we use as consultants has been in this business a long, long time. And maybe we aren't the only municipality that relies on their advice and knowledge. I imagine, I dare say that every other municipality in this region, if not the province, relies on this particular company to review and put forward recommendations after working with staff. So myself, I'm happy that after a review of the review, we went down to from 28, I believe, to 19, whatever the present number is. I think it's 19, just over 19%. I'm happy with it. I'm happy that those numbers are where they should be. As the treasurer has pointed out, costs at our end have gone through the roof, whether it be for highways, whether it be for equipment, what have you, and those development charges have got to reflect those increased costs. So I will be voting for this bylaw. I think it's a fine-tuned document, and I believe that staff and council have done what's needed to, and this is the figure that that the town needs going forward. So, any other comments, Councillor Olson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think this is a pretty balanced instrument. We've been working on our debt as a corporation. We've done a good job on our capital, and we've cut down on our operating costs. When Councillor Niznik talks about 35% since 2018, that's approximately the rate of taxes that we're going to be in our operating budget this year, I think. I don't think, if anything, this is probably it's reasonable, but it doesn't really fully take into account the future cost growth that we're going to see in a lot of different things. And I think it's going to be inordinate, the amount of taxes and interest and everything else we're going to pay. So I think this strikes a balance, so I'll definitely be in support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions, comments? I'll go to Councillor Hildebrand.
Through you, Mr. Moore. In concurrence with my fellow councillors and the mayor, I also will be in support of the development charges study that we've done. The staff and the consultant have spent an extraordinary amount of time and effort. They've gone over all the projects, and it's been a great effort by all of them. And I think the reduction from 29 to 19% is significant. And therefore, I will be supporting the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments or questions before I call the vote? I will now call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? I see one opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to item 8, adoption of council minutes. And I have a motion put forth by Councillor Niznik, seconded by Councillor Eckert. Be it resolved that the following minutes be adopted, printed, circulated, and read. Regular council meeting from November 20th, 2024. To you, Mr. Mayor, for any errors or omissions.
Thank you. After reading the minutes, any councillor have any changes or comments on the minutes presented? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? See none opposed, motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That again brings us to a slight change in our schedule. We will be considering 2 staff reports prior to the consent agenda for the purposes of the budget approval. So our first report this morning is the Font Hill Branch Library renovations, and I have a motion put forth by Councillor Olson, seconded by Councillor Eckert. Be it resolved that Council receive report 2024-0283 and that Council approve the town's contribution of $934,394 from funding the library renovations and included in the 2025 capital budget, and that council approve project scenario blank, and that council approve option blank for debt funding. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. In talks with the CAO, there doesn't have to be a decision made on this particular item today. If council wants to go forward and discuss and come up with questions or with answers, we can do that. But we can ask for a staff report asking for recommendations. It's now public knowledge that we did not get the grants that we applied for. So a lot more work is going to have to be done, and decide just what this council wants to do going forward. But I'll open it to council, and be that as you may, we'll all proceed with the discussion and see where it leads us. Councillor Kerr.
Yes, I'm glad to hear that it can be referred back to staff for a more complete report. I think also in consultation with the library people as well. From what I remember or recollect from their previous presentations, they had estimates of prices and estimates of things, but really nothing really firm and established in their mind. And should that no grant money be available, I'm sure that they would be rethinking how far we can leverage the community forward. So their input would be greatly appreciated, and I think that would be included within a staff report at that time. So I think it's premature for us to make a decision on this at this point. That's my personal position. I don't foresee a particular recommendation at this time going forward from my perspective.
Thank you for that, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Deputy Mayor Wink, please.
Yes, so I have to echo Councillor Kerr's comments. I don't think that we've got enough information here to make a firm decision. The projects, we had a budget in 2024 has gone from $3.2 million to what the recent report is. It's over $5 million. And where the heck did that $2 million go all of a sudden? That's a big jump in money. I don't think we can make a decision right now to say, yeah, we'll go with $5 million, or $3 million. Like if we go $3 million, obviously a lot of the work that was desired would not be in place. In the report that we got, I thought that there was, maybe someone can correct me on this, I thought that the basement had leaks, and the foundation, around the foundation, it had to be excavated and repaired. There was nothing in that report that said anything about a leaky basement. So that there's going to be more costs, and you know, I've heard the number $6 million now. Like, I think we need something a lot more firm from staff so we can make an educated decision on this. I don't think we've got enough information at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I see we do have Director of PW joining us by Zoom. Mr. Marr, any comments on the, again, as the Deputy Mayor pointed out, the water in the basement wasn't included in that report. Any comments on that, sir?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we're not aware of any real foundation leaks. The leaks that are coming in the building are coming in through the stairwells and drains that are plugged, and that's how the water is getting in through the doorways. So the scope of work didn't include for any repairs to the existing foundations. It's basically the main floor renovation, renovating the basement area portion of that for staff and also for public use, and the installation of an external elevator and stairwell to access the lower floors.
Okay, thank you. That answers your one concern, Deputy Mayor Wink? Yes. Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? I'll go to Councilor Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I concur with my fellow councilors. Public Works Director has shared with me that the fact that our original estimate from Petroff was $2.6 million. And we submitted a grant for between, I can't remember exactly what it was 3.3 or $3.4 million at that time. So Ward 99 has now come up with basically $5 million plus. It has no work for any of the HVAC or mechanical, nothing for electrical, and there's 33 assumptions that they made. And those assumptions, by the time you go through all those assumptions, I don't know that that's a firm $5 million, to be honest with you. So I agree, we need far more information, and it should go back for a proper staff report dealing with that. The external elevator alone, I've been going back and forth about that. According to the 99 estimate, was $974,000 just for basically $1 million. That's without contingencies for an external elevator. Just seems like an awful lot of money. I was trying to find out, we had an estimate at one time, I don't know what that was, for just in putting an elevator inside.
Yeah.
But that was way back.
Yeah. But I thought that was around $250,000, perhaps.
Yes, that's what I remember as well.
Yes.
So I think we need help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other, Mr. CEO, any comments, please?
If I may, so we're hearing you, and clearly there's going to be a further and subsequent report. That being said, this project is dramatically different than, the closest analogy is the fire station. With that fire station, the municipality has complete control over. And so you've seen the difference in the reports and the difference in the process and your involvement. The library board is an accountable organization that you appointed. I think it would assist us greatly. The problem is I don't want staff to make policy decisions. So as we work on a report, I think an ideal motion would refer this question over to the board, and the board through its own process can has a management team at the library. But I think there might be some benefit in asking them, like, you know, if money were no object, what is it you want? If you only had $1 million, what would your ask be? If you had $3 million, what would your ask be? To sort of, to set the stage of a conversation. I mean, the analogy is a small bowl of porridge, the medium-sized bowl of porridge, and the big bowl of porridge. And what does that look like? To an extent, it's certainly true. Town staff can, and we will happily comply with your direction. But we sort of internally did all of that work on the fire station and could bring those options. And here, there is another entity, and although the library is part of the municipal family in the big picture, and the residents don't, I hope, feel like it's all one and the same, there is some structural difference there. So I think there's expertise in the library board. There are people who dedicate a lot of hours towards one specific service, and of course, there's some expertise in the library staff. So I would hope that the motion requires us to at least consult with them, but I actually think far more useful to guide a future decision by this council, which ultimately, in light of our failure to obtain those grants, you are the dominant funding authority. There clearly there'll be some fundraising, but it's going to come back to the town now, and I think some direction from either the board or library staff, some combination of however they want to do their process internally on what they'd ask for at different price points would really help a constructive conversation and ultimately help you assess value for money and what you would or wouldn't be prepared to pay for, or what you do or don't want to see. And that'll add another 6 to 8 weeks to a process and coming back on a report to you, I would guess, unless anyone feels differently, looking at Ms. Quinlan Murphy or Ms. Van Ravensway. But no one, if you're okay with that, or Mr. Marr. But I think that if we had an extra 6 to 8 weeks on what we'd normally require for such a report, we could go through that process. And I really think some input from the library board would help us or help you ultimately, help us give you some better advice, but help you make a better decision at the end. So if I could recommend that, I'd like to. Thank you.
So just to clarify, you want us to put a motion towards the library board with asking them to prioritize their needs?
Well, that, to my mind, the challenge we've had with this project ongoing is that there is no set upper limit. There's a set upper limit with the fire station, a set upper limit with our roads projects. We do this all day. And so there is no set upper limit right now. And in fairness, we tried really hard on those grant applications. Those were dozens, if not hundreds of hours into those applications. And I regret that we were unsuccessful. But we were all hoping, and that, of course, would change the contribution and what's possible. Now that those have been unsuccessful, I think it's fair to ask what we could get or what the library's priorities are. If money is limited now, what's most important? And then from a suite of options, perhaps you could choose.
Okay, thank you. Comments from council. Councilor Hildebrand?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate those comments, and I think that's a direction we should follow. The other thing I'm thinking about is what we have to do. We have to do something about library access if we're going to use the downstairs. So that may be an elevator, maybe a have to do type of thing. So you have those like have to do, like to have, and love to have serenades. But I think we have 2 elections possibly coming up in the short term, and maybe grants will be available because that seems to be one of the flavors of the day. So those was just considerations for the library board to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Hildebrand. Councilor Nesnick?
Yes, so I agree. I think we need to maybe go back to the library board and say, what is it that you, just as Councilor Hildebrand said, what is the actual must do on this project? What is the would like to do if we have the funds to do it? We are in our reality is that funds are limited, and we have to be very diligent and careful with how those funds are. And the same question is going to come back to the library, or for the fire hall. What is the bare minimum that must be done for that fire hall, and without any of the bells and whistles? Like, we are not in a position to have bells and whistles. So at the library, is it a legal requirement that an elevator must be installed in a building that's currently existing? What's the legislation around that? Or is it that we want to renovate just the main floor to make sure it's accessible for our patrons, and renovate the basement for staff only, that sort of thing, or for storage only? Or how are we going to rethink this project, because we can clearly not afford $5 million project at this time? So I'm happy to make a motion to defer this decision, take it back for further consultation to both staff and the library board for reconsideration of a more economically feasible project.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Nesnick. I think we're still at the discussion stage right now, but we'll keep
pardon me.
your
Fair enough.
deferring. Councilor Deputy Mayor Wink, please.
Move it on.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Niznik, just to help with your thought process on that. In 2025, we are required to make the building accessible to individuals that aren't ambulatory. If we put in a staff room downstairs, that has to be accessed by accessible individuals. Just to say, well, you can go upstairs is one thing, but you're then excluding them from having gainful employment with the library board. So yeah, the entire building has to be accessible.
Okay, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. I'll go to Councilor Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support my fellow councilors in sending this back to the library board. Since I've been on council, I think we've talked about this a number of occasions, and the figure, the number, the money that's required has changed a number of occasions. I remember probably the first vote I did on this with the library, we were getting a $5 million grant, and it was a building somewhere in our neighborhood of $10 million, and we weren't prepared to spend that amount of money, so it got deferred and back, and here we are again, and now we're being asked to commit when there's no grants, and I'm still not sure what it is we need to be doing. So I would be in favor of sending this back to the board to have them come back with a definite ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Kerr.
And as I mentioned earlier, I support that fully. I agree with Councilor Niznik. The board has to come in with this is the basic need and give us a direction. They had talked before about funding, but they weren't really sure of the overall costs, and they weren't really sure of what their funding target was going to be. And there was a number of other things. I think this is now coming back to a little bit more of a harsh reality of providing some numbers that they can work backwards from, recognizing that we have it. So as I mentioned at the beginning, I prefer that it go to the board, have them come back to us with what their, what is the absolute minimum that we can get away with, and look at it. And if there's a few extra things that we might be able to anticipate, well, that's one thing, but you can't ask for the moon right now and say, well, it's either the moon or nothing. Well, I don't think that's going to work.
Okay, thank you. I got one, Councilor Olson. I believe you had your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor Junkin, I'm looking at Schedule A4, which has come from the consultants, and we previously asked for the library to come back with more detail. And this is the detail on page A4. It's the elemental summary of what's being done. And it has the foundations in there, foundation work at $60,000, and basement excavation at $107,000. So the breakdown is there, and the total is $5,075,000. So this is what we asked for, and this is more substance. I think I'm in favor of deferring because we've got more information now that we can, much more useful information that we can make decisions on, and the library boards can look at this and see what they really need. It breaks down into the building envelope. Well, we're going to need to fix the roof properly, and I think we got to do something with the foundation. So that's all estimated there, and I'll go along with that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Before I call the vote, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, did you come up with a motion for council?
Sure, yes. That council defer the decision of the Fonthill Branch Library renovations, and that staff be directed to consult with the Lincoln Pelham Public Library Board to gain a more thorough understanding of their priorities and requests at varying price points, and that staff, in conjunction with the Lincoln Pelham Public Library Board, be directed to report back to council on the matter.
Mr. CAO, are you happy with that?
Assuming you'd be accepting of a report in March or April, if that were acceptable. I think it also has the benefit, Council's Hildebrand, beg pardon, does have some wisdom in that there may well be new funding opportunities. This last one, we didn't succeed. We waited more than a year to be told no, which isn't, we've lost a year. And we were quite optimistic we thought it was a meritorious application. So there's that, but that if we come back in March or hopefully April, then we'll figure out if there's some new programs heading towards elections. And if not, you can be very confident that there's no hope, or the other way, maybe the hope will be rekindled. So if that's the understanding, I take that as direction. I don't think you have to change your motion unless that's unacceptable to council.
Okay, thank you. After hearing the CEO's time frame, is there any major disagreement with that, Councilor Nesnick?
Thank you. No major disagreement with that. I would just wonder, and this might be a question for Ms. Leach through you, with regards to the motion that we have is about town's contribution of $934,000. So regardless of what comes back after deferrals and that sort of thing, that amount would be very helpful if they know that that's an amount that the town would commit to helping with the library renovation. So I'm just wondering if we do the motion that's on the floor right now and then come back to include that into the capital budget but red circle it. So would that be two motions, or can we combine them together? Which would you prefer?
Well, so maybe we should go to finance, if I may.
Sure.
Ms. Quinlan, so I was under the understanding that in the budget, there's that 900 and some odd. That's in there regardless or not?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it's currently not there. So what's in the budget right now is the carry forward of the amount that we have in the 2024 budget, which is the $3.2 million being red circled for a $2.2 million grant, which we didn't receive. There is still one grant outstanding that we will hear from probably in June, but the likelihood of us receiving that grant is not very high. So I would assume at this point, unless there are new grants, that we're not going to be receiving grant money. So we don't have anything in the budget for the library. I would wait till the report comes back, because if you look at the second part of my report here, it shows you how we can fund the 934. So I'm not worried about that. So I think it's better to bring the whole report back, decide on what the amount is, and then we'll tell you how we're going to fund it. So for sure, we can fund the 934. We can do that.
Okay.
And what we're proposing is to use the debt reserve, the debt repayment reserve, to help mitigate taking out debenture. So that's in the second half of this. So let's get the report back. Let's figure out what they need and what council is willing to support, and then we will figure out the funding.
Okay, so just to be clear then, so that 934, you want to hold that until we get the report back?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Back to the counselor.
Yes, thank you. So I'm comfortable with that. That's sufficient, and thank you for that help.
Okay, thank you, Council Nesnick. Any further comments on the motion? Oh, so we need a second, mover and a seconder. Councilor Olson will move it. Councilor Nesnick will second. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion? Not seeing any. All those in favor of the motion? See, it's unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to our next staff report, 2025 capital budget approval, budget for approval. And the associated recommendation is that Council receive report 2024-0280, and that Council approve the capital budget, including all motions made by Council at the Committee of the Whole meeting on November 18th, 2024, and that Council approve the town's contribution. The library renovation would no longer apply in this case. And through you, Mr. Mayor, that recommendation sheet is also included on the agenda if Council would like to refer to the recommendations that they made on November 18th.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the budget, capital budget item? Deputy Mayor Wink, please.
Please help me with this. I may be under the weather, might have forgotten, but point number 3, that committee recommend the budget requests from Pelham Minor Baseball for lighting at Centennial Park batting cages be added to 2025 capital budget, and that number $75,000. I personally don't recall us having a vote on that and putting it in, but I could be corrected on that.
I will turn to the Director of Finance.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. At the time, the motion was just to put in, to look at getting the lighting for the Centennial Park batting cage, and subsequent to that, Public Works has given us the number of $75,000. So at the time of the capital budget meeting, we didn't have that number.
Okay, thank you. Back to Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so I guess at this point in time, we have to decide whether or not we want to spend the $75,000 or defer that for another year.
Yes. And you want to start the conversation, sir?
I think this is another, would be nice to have. It's a want, it's not a need. So I would not be in favor of spending $75,000 this coming year on batting cage lighting. We just put the batting cages in last year and probably spent the equivalent amount to do so. To put in another $75,000 ask a year after it's been in, I think that's kind of pressing it a little bit.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I now turn to Councilor Olson.
Yes, I believe Deputy Mayor Wink is right. This is a frill for us right now in these times, so I would not support this.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councilor Nesnick.
Yes, thank you. I too would agree with Councillor Wink or Deputy Mayor Wink that that be taken out of the budget for next year. I think it is a frill. I like that word. Thank you, Councillor Olson. But as I said, Pelham Minor Baseball, they are working to revert their fields or convert their field or their fields to the clay, and I think that should be their priority, and I'm certainly willing to support that, and I think we have some funding in there for that for this year. So I think Pelham Minor Ball should be quite happy with us focusing on their fields and their diamonds and getting those up to snuff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. CAO has a few comments.
Council, we hear you and very much understand where you're going with this. But if I might suggest you consider including it in the budget and then red circling it dependent on grant funding. And I say that because, as Councillor Hildebrand indicates, there are 2 elections coming up, and this is the penultimate shovel-ready project. I don't even know that you ever need a shovel in the ground beforehand. I think it's inherently shovel-ready. Anyway, we have very little shovel-ready, very few shovel-ready projects, as I say these words, virtually none. And this would be a layup. If the right type of grant came along, this would be a layup. So we'd be very happy to comply with not proceeding with the project whatsoever unless we obtain funding. But if you vote to put it in, then we have a council resolution supporting this as a community project. And we're talking about grants that'll be very quick turnaround times if they happen. And so it'd be very good if we didn't have to come back to you and add a whole council cycle in to what could be a very short-term thing. So we would completely understand. We would not proceed with this work unless we were to obtain a grant. But I think you could set us up for success, potentially, were you to consider that option.
Okay, so I'll go in reverse. Council Nesnick, after hearing the comments?
Yes, so after hearing that comment, I'm certainly willing to proceed with that direction.
Okay, thank you. Council Olson?
Yes, I can go along with that. Do I have to withdraw my frill statement?
No.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'll go to Deputy Mayor Wink, please.
Yeah, so I agree, Councilor Olson, that terminology is great, so you don't have to withdraw the frills. I'll support it being left in and red circled.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other comments? Councilor Kerr?
Yes, having contact with some people from the baseball, that fits right within their approach. They recognize, yes, if you ask them to rank their priorities of what they'd like to have done, definitely retrofit of the infields and everything else, as Councilor Nisnik has brought up. This is would be nice to have, but it's not critical for their function in their operation. It just adds to one. Plus, we all remember that there was a substantial grant that was obtained to put in the batting cages in the first place. So they may not have existed if that grant hadn't been in place. We may not have batting cages. So I think we can follow the same path on this one. I think it's great to red circle and get some grant funding for it. It's in there, doesn't mean we have to spend it, but it allows us, if we have the opportunity to get some funding, let's go forward with it.
Thank you. Councilor Hildebrand?
I am total agreement with my fellow councilors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, back to Deputy Mayor Wink, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through you to the CAO. The baseball association's looking at eventually converting fields into clay. Is that something that we perhaps should, if we're looking at shovel-ready projects, should that be added and red circled for, I think it was Harold Black, they wanted clay and another one stone, so.
Okay, so I'll go to the CEO, please.
I'd be happy to defer to Ms. Van Ravensway. She may well have costing and estimates. Certainly, I mean, that has the same theoretical appeal, one assumes.
I'll turn to the Director of RCW, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the goal, Pelham Minor Hockey, Pelham Minor Baseball, their focus is hosting additional tournaments and bringing up the level of play. And as we know, converting the stone infields into clay infields is also a priority. Their real goal is to turn the two diamond, so they have Diamond 3 that is perfect right now, Diamond 1 and 2. They would like both of those turned into clay diamonds at Centennial Park, and Harold Black Park Diamond 2, which is now a hardball diamond that they use. They would like that diamond turned into a baseball diamond so that baseball can concentrate on Harold Black Park and hardball can concentrate on Centennial Park, and they're able to host additional tournaments. So in the long run, that is their goal. So eventually, if we can concentrate on turning the diamonds over into clay, and then prior to Centennial Park becoming a Pelham Minor ballpark, if you want to call that, Diamond 2 at Harold Black Park would have to be lit, because right now Slow Pitch is using Diamond 2 at Centennial, and it's lit. So they would need something to replace that. And all of that is in the capital budget through years to come. So I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, as the grants come up, we look at our capital budgets, and then we look at possible projects.
Yeah, that is correct. So we look at the 10-year plan to see if there's any project in there we can move that fits the grant, and if we need to move it earlier, then we do that. But then we would let council know that we're moving it earlier, if that's the situation. But definitely, the grant writer, our grant writing department has the 10-year plan, and they're constantly looking at that with the senior team on what projects fit.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? So I guess, so if we red circle it, Ms. Van Ravensway, you're happy with that? Putting it off that long? Or, well, putting it up, at least it's got a very good chance of getting done. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're talking the batting cage lighting.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then
Red
how
circle it.
about the other one, the field improvements?
Right now, in 2025, you do have North Pelham Park, I believe, still in for converting both diamonds into clay.
Okay.
After that, years to come, you do have clay conversion for the other diamonds.
So those are the ones that we would, at the CEO suggestion, that we should red circle them and approve. And then if the grant comes up, staff can go ahead and write the grants, and you won't have to come back to council for approval. Is that correct, Mr. CEO?
Yes, if you include something in the budget, which you have to pass by motion, of course, then we will certainly interpret that as a community endorsed project. And for those grants that require council motions, like that's already done. So as a pragmatic working thing, if it's in there and you've passed it by motion, I think we're good to go. That's your tacit approval that this is worthwhile for the community, and then we have everything we need.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that.
Right.
Councilor Kirk.
Yeah, I think we're almost jumping ahead a little bit, but we have future years, which have to be budgets that have to be approved in future years. But we see them on the horizon. So if we want to bring it forward earlier than in the 10-year plan, that's kind of what I hear. And then we go with it at that point. That's really how I see it. What we're talking about is this year's budget and what we've got in front of us that we're dealing with. And I think the concept was red circle the batting cages for this year. We know that there's some field upgrades. If there's opportunity for grants to get maybe more than one field upgraded, let's go after it, type of thing. But that's not prescribed within the situation here.
That's what the CEO just wants to do, yes.
Yep.
He wants us to approve it, so that when the grants do come up, they don't have to bring it back to council, they can, it'll be red circled.
Yeah, we don't have to add another line in here for that.
Right.
So, and the only other one is, thank you for putting the line item for the solar-powered LED crossing. I got letters, I've been emails from residents with kids that have almost been hit, as well as I've got emails from the principal at the school and a few other things that are willing to talk about other things. So I see that as a positive. So when I mentioned back to them that this item was going to be in there, they were really happy to hear that.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Councillor. Any other comments on the red circling of these two items? And they will not get done until we get grant money. Any other comments on that? Not seen, no.
Yes.
Oh, just one item, okay. But we're also approving, we're not approving the clay. No? Oh, okay, I thought you.
I think the point is that it's in the longer term, and
Okay, oh, and you want to leave it there?
I think so.
Okay, excellent. So just on the one then. Okay, thanks. Any other discussion? Not seeing any?
On the capital budget?
Go ahead.
No, just on the
this is
amendment to
no.
red circle.
No, this is on the red circle of the batting cage lights. Okay, any other comments? Not seeing any. All those in favor?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I do just require a mover and seconder on that.
Mover and a seconder, Shelley Nesnick, and or Council Nesnick, sorry, and Council Olson as the seconder.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. I call the vote. All those in favor? See none opposed, motion carries. Now on the capital budget, Madam Clerk?
Correct, or any additional amendments that council would like to bring forward?
Okay, Councilor Hildebrand.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are you ready for my list?
Oh, gee.
Good. That the motion be amended and items be divided for separate consideration. Item 1, and that a capital project 301154 MCC hot water tank replacement contained within the 10-year capital project be added to the 2025 capital budget in the amount of $10,000. And that a project to expand video surveillance to 100% at the MCC gyms be added to the 25 capital budget in the amount of $10,000. And the council increased the draft budget for FAC 0725 Old Pelham Town Hall furnace replacement from $6,000 to $12,000. And that staff defer the following two projects and items to be divided for separate consideration to the draft 2025 budget, unless able to pursue through a grant opportunity in 2025. So I guess I'm putting them in red circling them. The town hall window replacement in the amount of $115,000. FAC 0625 MCC gymnasium floor refinishing replacement in the amount of $50,000.
Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr.
That's
Held.
my total list.
Just to clarify, you did request that they be considered separately. Would you like a separate vote on each item?
Yes.
Okay, I can call that back into the record, Mr. Mayor, if you would like.
Yes.
Okay, so the first item that Councilor Hildebrand has introduced is that capital project MCC hot water tank replacement contained within the 10-year plan be added to the budget in the amount of, I believe it is $18,000, and the fire station 2 was $10,000.
The fact is, I'm leaving it at $10,000 because it's a storage tank. I'm really not putting in a hot water heater. I'm just putting in a storage tank.
And if I may ask, if we're going to do, we should get a move in a second, before we discuss this. You move in a second or not?
Yes, I move in a seconder.
Move in a seconder. Obviously, Council Hildebrand, you're going to move it. Is there a seconder? I'll go with Council Olson. Okay, so the debate on this, Councilor Hildebrand, if I may go first. Councilor Hildebrand, why are we moving it from down the road and you want to do it this year?
Well, first, a couple of years ago, when we started hot water or cold water ice flooding, we had 2 hot water tanks to service that. Shortly after we introduced that program, one of the hot water tanks failed. We have 6 hot water tanks or 91-gallon tanks. We recover that. We're using those 2 hot water tanks right now as recovery tanks. So what we'd like to do is to recover. We're recovering water at 115 degrees. And we have an opportunity to collect that much more water at that temperature. We just don't have the storage capacity.
I see. Okay, thank you. I'll go to the director of RCW. Any comments on this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I take Councilor Hildebrand's suggestions as advice, and I also believe that he is on the right track, that we do need storage for the actual hot water, and it would be an improvement as what we're doing right now.
Okay, so I take it this hot water must be a byproduct of what we're doing, probably refrigeration, and instead of putting it down the drain, we would be keeping it. Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank
But
you.
it is storage.
Yep, thank you. Any other questions on the comments on the motion before us? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? I see none opposed. Motion carries. Counselor?
The second item was to expand the video surveillance. When I was looking at the refinishing of the floor at the MCC, it came to me that our best defense against individuals that have claims for slipping and sliding and falling over and whatever is 100% coverage of that area for video cameras. So I think this I would say is our friend to keep us from having claims that aren't appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'll turn to the director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Presently, our camera coverage does cover the actual court area where the courts are, although the sidelines are not visible. Also the areas of the bleachers.
Okay, thank you. Mr. CAO?
I hope that's recording. Councilor Hildebrand has a number of very good suggestions in his list. This one is challenging for us right now. We have to comply with a council directive from last meeting, which is to come back with a report on policy and cameras and municipal usage. And I'd really like to at least wait until we do go through that exercise. And I can tell you, if we were going to have new cameras, I'd really like them on our pride benches, not in the gymnasium. So that's where we're having a crime occur at the moment. So if we just wait, this is a small enough number also that this is just not a good use of our time here, and staff would just bring you a report or do it within operating budget, because we're not talking about huge numbers. So I ask that we not proceed with this item, or you consider that.
Councilor
At least
Hildebrand?
defer it for a year.
I will withdraw my request.
Okay, thank you. Next one?
The next one are the two withdrawals from the budget. The town hall window replacement for $115,000. That's the next one. And the gymnasium floor refinishing. I'm waiting to pursue grant opportunities. And with regards to the window replacement, I was in a meeting with Public Works Director in our new facility back there a week ago Monday, and that BAS system started at 21 degrees, went up to 24, went back down to 21, did it 4 times within an hour and a half. So I think there's a lot of work to be done in the BAS system before we replace windows to make sure people are comfortable in the business.
Okay.
Building.
Yep. Other than would you like to defer for a year, or do you want to take it off the list?
I'm going to put a red circle around. I'm going to put a red circle on both of them for grant opportunities.
Okay. Need a seconder. Councilor Kerr will second. Thank you, Councilor. The motion is now on the floor to red circle the windows, 115,000, I believe, and the floor at the gymnasium. I would like to go to RCW about the floor. I know we had this debate during Capitol. Please refresh our memories on the floor. Is it necessary, or what's your comments on this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The gym floor, there is a upkeep to the gym floor. And what happens over the years, multiple uses, the floor becomes, as I call it, sticky. I'm sure it's not the technical.
Yeah.
And you have sudden stops and jolts and falls and whatever. This has been happening more and more. So it's in the request to identify that this will need to be refinished, whether it's this year, next year. As we go along, I'm sure that the costs will increase. So it's being identified. It is a process. It isn't something that we look forward to doing because we will be shut down for a period of time to make it happen. So it will need to be done at some point. We do have a wonderful wood floor, and when you have that, it takes maintenance.
Yes. And, excuse me, so we did get a grant on the blinds, did we not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we did receive a grant for the film
Yes.
of $10,000, I believe. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is, woo-hoo,
Yeah. Okay.
unexpected, wonderful.
Okay, excellent. I guess I'm just comparing that if we got a grant for that, hopefully we'll get or maybe there will be a grant. Yeah, go ahead, Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The film grant's a bit different because it pertains to, reduction of energy use, and it's a different type of grant. I don't see a grant for refurnishing the floors. This is just a maintenance thing. I could see the windows, because the windows would pertain to, energy reduction. So that one makes sense to red circle the windows, but the gym, if you don't want to do the gym floor this year, then just defer it to 26 or another year, but you shouldn't red circle that one.
Okay, thank you. And right now, the floors are in the, are in the budget? Okay, thank you. Discussion on, go ahead, Councilman Isnick.
Yes, so thank you. So I'm certainly in favor of red circling for the windows for the town hall, but I would like to proceed with so I'd like to separate it out if possible, because I think the maintenance of the wood floor is imperative that it be done. I think the longer you wait to repair and refinish a wood floor, the further the damage gets, and it becomes almost irreparable. And then you're gonna looking at replacing a wood floor. So I know through my years at gymnasiums and having those refinished and having those done, and complaining when we had a terrazzo gym floor versus a wood floor, you've got to baby those wood floors and take good care of them. So I am fine with leaving the wood floor resurfacing in the budget for this year. So I will not be voting in favor of that portion.
So, Councilor, I believe we should split those. Okay, excellent. Madam Clerk, you're,
Yes, as long as the mover and seconder are okay with that, we can split that.
okay, so which one are we discussing first?
So the first one appears to be the window replacement at Town Hall.
Okay, so the window replacement, have I got a seconder for that? Councilor Eckert will second that. Now we can discuss it. Okay, so any other comments on the window replacement, 115,000? We defer that for a year? Is that what we're doing? We're deferring it for a year?
Red circle.
Oh, we're going to red circle?
Red circle.
Okay, unless we, waiting for a grant or go next year. Okay, thank you. Any comment on this? Not seeing it, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? None opposed, motion carries. Now we'll go down. The next one is the
The next
floor.
one is the gymnasium floor replacement, yes.
Okay, Councilor Kurt?
Just a quick question about refinishing of the floor. If I remember correctly, the director of recreation might be able to say, would that include relining of the floors? That was going to be when they strip it down, because I know there was issues with that. So that would occur at the same time. So they would be fixed in terms of what would be on the floor at the same time it's refinished, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, absolutely, that's one issue that we need to get fixed.
Thank you. That being the case, I'm in support of going ahead with it now, as it's not just a street refinish, it's actually a relining and reorganization of the facility, which will improve it for the long run.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? I see Councilor Eckert.
Yes, I was in favor of this project during the budget discussions, and I'm still in favor of it. So I will be not in support of the motion to defer it.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote. All those in favor of deferring the floor refinishing?
Sorry,
to
Mr.
the-
Mayor, I believe this one
Oh,
was also for red circle, or just to clarify, it was for defer? Okay,
Wait,
okay.
no, no. We good to go? No.
I do need a mover and seconder on that motion, then
I'm
we're
sorry.
good to go.
Again, obviously, the mover is Councilor Hildebrand.
Thank you.
Seconder is, there is no seconder. Okay, no need to proceed. Thank you. To the clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Hildebrand, I just did want to clarify with you, there was an extra item I had on my list that you wanted to increase the budget for the furnace replacement from 6,000 to 12,000. Is that still something you wanted to pursue?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. So therefore, we have a motion by Councilor Hildebrand. I would need a seconder that the budget be amended to increase project FAC 07 2025 OPTH furnace replacement from $6,000 to $12,000.
Before I do that, if I may question the mover, obviously you studied this, well, why are you, let's put it this way, why the motion?
The reason why, I don't think you're going to buy a furnace for $6,000 unless you're going to get a used one. So I don't think we're in the used market. I think we're going to go buy the proper size furnace.
But don't you think the motion should be worded a little different, that if we did find something, you're more or less saying that if we got a furnace for $6,000 or $7,000 or $8,000, don't go that way. We have to spend $12,000.
No, my motion is to provide a budget of $12,000. I'm sure if staff can find a furnace for $6,000, they're so good that they will do that.
Okay, so this is the upper limit of 12,000.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councilor Kerr. Open for discussion. Any comments or questions on the furnace for the old town hall? Councilor Kerr.
I agree. Having had a relative just replace their house furnace, and it was almost $7,000. So a building of that size, I concur. I think the upper limit of 12,000 makes it more reasonable. I'd hate to have us say 6,000, then somebody comes back and says, well, it turned out to be $9,800. And somebody will say, what? We only allowed, so all this is to give an upper limit value for them so they can work with.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other discussion? Not seeing any. I'll call the vote on this item. All those in favor? See none opposed, motion carries. Councilor Hildebrand?
Thank you.
That's it? Okay, thank you, Councilor. I turn to the clerk.
Would you like me to call the motion as amended, or would you like?
Call the motion as amended. All those in favor?
I can, no, did you want me to call for the motion as amended, or did you want to seek any more amendments to the budget in general?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Any more amendments to the capital budget? Okay, excellent. No, we're good, Madam Clerk.
Okay, excellent. So just to clarify what's happened today, so council would be approving the budget, including the recommendations made at the November 18th meeting. And additionally, that council add and red circle the project to convert the infields. Sorry, that was not. My apologies. And that council add the MCC hot water tank storage project to the 2025 capital budget in the amount of $10,000. And that council red circle project FAC 0525 town hall window replacement in the amount of $115,000. And that council increase the budget for project FAC 07 2025 furnace replacement from $6,000 to $12,000 to Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Any further?
Mr. Mayor, I do believe that Ms. Quinlan
back
has
to
a
the,
comment.
Yeah,
director.
and also to red circle item number 3 for $75,000 for the lights in the batting cage.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Which one, number 1?
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
To Mr. Mayor for discussion.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Any council member? Any discussion on these items or any other items? No, it's on these items. Sorry. Not seeing any. I'm waiting discussions over.
I do believe Mr. Siraj did have something he would like to clarify.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification, the project for water heaters for MCC project 301154 currently exists in the capital project for in the 10-year forecast for in 2031 at 18,000. So we would be, if I understand the motion correctly, we would just be moving that project sooner to 2025 and reducing the budget from 18,000 to 10,000. So it would not be a secondary project and then leaving the one in 2031.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Have we voted? I can't remember.
Actually, I cannot remember either. So motion as amended. If you'd like to re-vote, go.
Okay, excellent. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just give me one moment. Okay, so that does bring us to our consent agenda. We are on number 10. If there are any items that council would like to lift from the consent agenda, now would be the time to do so. The consent agenda does contain the recommendations from the budget meetings. Since the changes have been made, I would request that a councillor do lift item 11.1.1 to carry those changes forward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hildebrand.
Excellent, thank you.
I'll lift 11.1.1.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you. Any other item that any other councillor would like to lift? Councillor Nesnick.
Yes, 11.1.2, please.
Okay, thank you. And any other items? Not seen any, Madam Clerk?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we move on to the consent agenda, perhaps now is an appropriate time to consider a motion to extend the meeting if council desires. We are approaching 1 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. And what are you looking for as an extension?
The procedural bylaw does provide council the ability to extend for 30 minutes.
Okay.
So we would begin there. And then we'd be looking for a mover and a seconder on that motion.
Okay, so Councillor Eckert and seconded by Councillor Nesnick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So that would take us to 1:30 then, just to be
Correct.
clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, that does bring us to the consent agenda, save and accept those two items that were pulled for separate consideration. So with that, I can call them in order.
Yes.
And that brings us to then minutes from committee.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Hildebrand has a comment.
Oh, go ahead, Councillor Hildebrand.
11.3.3, that's the structure repair to element.
Would you like to lift that item as well?
I'd like to lift that item.
Okay, so Councilor Hildebrand's also lifting item 11.3.3.
Okay, thank you. So now, Madam Clerk?
So save and accept those three items. We will move on with discussion for minutes from committee.
Yes. Okay, so that's 11.2. Any comments, questions on those minutes? Minutes approval for Committee of Council, 11.2. Councilor Nesnick.
Yes, so sorry, so it just feels a little backwards, but we'll go, I'll just make my comment this, it's with regards to the cemetery fees. I'm just not sure that it was clearly understood that the percentage increase for non-resident rates applies to both the plots purchase and the interment fees were also to be increased by 25%. Or was that the percentage? Yeah, I believe so, by 25%. It doesn't read that way. Maybe it is intended to be that way, but I didn't see on the fee schedule a separate addition of the interment for non-residents.
Oh, okay. Jason, are you there? There he is. Thank you. Did you hear the comments by the councillor?
I did.
Okay, any comments?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that there was a 25% increase provided to the item for purchasing plots for residents. There was a 50% increase to purchase of plots for non-resident, and there was only one single fee for internment, which would be increased by the 25%.
Okay, Councilor Nesnick?
Yes, I think that was misunderstood. I think it was intended that the non-resident interment fee should also be increased by 50%. But you would have to add in a new non-resident interment fee, and that has not been included.
But in order to make sure that you're correct, we'd have to go back and review the tape, would we not?
So thank you. I did review the minutes, and that's how I read the minutes from the minutes. And I did clarify that with our clerk, but I can look that up if you'd like.
I'll go to the clerk. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. That is how the motion was worded, but perhaps there was some confusion on intent at the meeting.
Yes. I guess, does any councillor wish to comment on this, or, yeah, go ahead, Councilor Acker.
No, I believe that Councilor Niznik is correct. We had a lengthy discussion about this, and I believe that we increased residents 25%, 25%, 50%, 50% for non-residents in both internment and plot. So I agree with her.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Kerr?
Yeah, I think we're mixing two things. One is we've got the minutes that we're dealing with right now, and the intent, the feeling is that the minutes are correct. My reading would be that the recommendations arising from the committee that are coming to us are in error. So that's where I see the differentiation. So I think right now, the minutes are correct. So we can approve the minutes because they are correct. But when we come back to the recommendations, that's where the modification has to come in. That's my read of it.
I'll turn to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just allow me one moment.
Yep.
Okay, so to confirm, Mr. Mayor, this was contained within the regular council meeting minutes of November 20th. I would just be seeking clarification from council on the error on the recommendation sheet that's noted.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused. The motion for the cemetery fees was included in the minutes for November 20th, which were already considered.
Okay.
We're on the consent agenda right now, but perhaps I'm
Okay.
not quite following.
To the CAO.
Sorry, Councilor Kerr's got it in one. So the minutes can be fine. The intent is what matters. And you were very correct in flagging that for us, because we did misconstrue.
Okay.
And the reading is adequate. You can address that in a couple of real temporal minutes when you get to the next item. But you were very correct to bring it up at this point in time to discuss what do they actually reflect. They do actually reflect what you passed. We misconstrued at the staff level. We'll be happy to fix that momentarily.
Excellent.
So I think you can approve them as is.
Sorry, to confirm, those minutes have already been approved?
Right.
Yes, prior.
So we're good.
We're good.
Great.
Okay. Now,
Need a motion to accept the minutes, right?
No, we're currently on the consent agenda.
but, yeah.
11.1.1 has been lifted for separate consideration, so at this time, it's
Yeah,
not being
we're not doing
considered.
that one right now, obviously. Yep. Okay. So what do we, I'm sorry.
Sorry, we're back on the consent agenda, and we are now moving to staff reports for information.
Okay, staff report. So now we're down to 11.3.1, and anything below that until 11.3.3, except 11.3.3 has been lifted by Councilor Hildebrand.
That's
So-
correct, so we'll consider that separately.
Yes. So just the 11.3.1 or 11.3.2, I guess, Councilor Eckert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In regards to 11.3.2, the recommendation and motion here, I believe it's a motion, the recommendation from staff is that we commit the funds for 2025 to the Trees for All Partnership opportunity. And if I'm reading this correctly, the funds are actually available from the 2024 budget that we didn't spend. Is that correct?
Oh, to the Director of Public Works, Mr. Marr.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the authorization to move ahead with that program was undertaken under a separate report that was provided at last council meeting. This report is for information only. So it is saying that in addition to, as part of our tree program, that's something that council has already committed, and that's what we're doing. And those costs are included in the operating budget for 2025.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any comments on the, go ahead, Councilor Nesnick.
Yes, thanks. So just a comment on the good work done by our staff with regards to the mural that is now going to get underway, and hopefully a shout out to all residents and all council and staff members that you'll participate in completing a portion of the Paintillo design. It's a beautiful design with, shows our agricultural areas. That's the main theme. So it's got our tulips and our apples and our hay fields, as well as a tractor up front. So hopefully you've had a chance to review that and will happily participate in that. So congratulations to the group. I'm excited to see how that turns out.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor. I also was going to comment on that. I like the fact that this wall is going to be facing the farmers market, so that's pretty exciting. And I thought that the choice of red was superior to anything green. And the red can, of course, denote whether the tractor is Massey Ferguson, International, McCormick, or a lot of different scopes of tractors. So I'd just like to comment on that. Councillor Olson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There was the saying, if it's not red, leave it in the shed. My personal favorite was nothing runs like a deer or smells like a John.
And thank you for those comments. Any other comments on these two items? Not seeing any. Turn to the clerk.
Okay, and that brings us to our last section, information correspondence, including the Niagara region.
Okay, thank you. Any comment from councillors on these agenda items? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a motion put forth by Councillor Niznik, seconded by Deputy Mayor Wink. Be it resolved that the consent agenda items as listed on the December 4th council agenda be received and recommendations therein be approved, save and accept items 11.1.1, 11.1.2, and 11.3.3. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments on any of the consent agenda items other than the three listed? Not seeing any. I call the vote. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to item 11, which are the items that were lifted for separate consideration. The first item was 11.1.1, which was the recommendation sheet from the meeting of November 18th, 2024. To you, Mr. Mayor.
And Ms. Councilor Niznik, I believe you pulled that item?
No, that was.
Yes, so this item is just being pulled to include all the changes that were made by council today. And basically what I'm looking for is an amendment that the motion include all the recommendations made through report 2024-0280 from December 4th.
Okay, so you need a mover and a second.
Yes, please.
Councilor Hildebrand, you'll move it, seeing as you caused all this, sir.
I did cause it.
And let's go to Councilor Eckert for a seconder. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And then the motion as amended.
Okay, voting on the motion as amended. Any other comments? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries.
Excellent, thank you. And the next item that was pulled for consideration is 11.1.2 by Councilor Niznik.
Okay, Councilor Niznik, you have the
Yes, so thank you. So it was just around the percentage of the interment fee to be added into there. So I'm not sure if that correction could be made. Do I make a motion, or will that just go back to staff for correction?
To the treasurer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we'll include that in the user fees. So we'll just add it because it's being approved in the minutes. So it's approved. We just have to update our report.
Okay, thank you.
Super, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Niznik. And go to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the item was lifted, we will just proceed with that recommendation. So to approve the recommendations resulting from the operating budget meeting of November 27th, 2024. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, any further discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries.
Thank you. Sorry, I would just be looking for a mover and a seconder on that as it was pulled from the consent agenda.
Okay, a mover and a seconder. Councilor Niznik, Councilor Kerr.
Excellent, thank you. And the next item that was pulled from the consent agenda is 11.3.3 by Councilor Hildebrand.
Councilor Hildebrand, you have the floor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just mention my concerns. I'm not going to make a motion right now, but these are my concerns.
The report only indicates a visible inspection of the bolts in the structure and that changed some bolts from grade 5 to 8, and everything is good. We have a yearly inspection. Here are my concerns. I'm concerned about the quality of the bolts we put in, and I recommend that the bolts be verified for their strength. Number 2, torquing requirements for bolts vary on different grades. If you've got a grade 5 bolt or a grade 8 bolt, the torquing requirements are considerable, and there have been failures of bridges because of torquing of the bolts. I think the Nipigon Bridge, which is an up-north bridge, it failed because of the torquing requirements of the bolts. The other thing I'm concerned about is that we only replaced some of the bolts with grade 8 bolts, and most of the bolts are still grade 5 bolts. But I'm even concerned that those bolts are all grade 5 bolts and they're quality bolts. So I think more work needs to go into this report. So I don't know whether I want to defer it or whatever. I'd personally recommend that all the bolts be replaced. If we're going to use grade 8 bolts, we should use them all across the board, because those bolts have to be torqued, and they have to be torqued right. If they're not torqued right, you're going to have failures, point blank. And that's a public roadway with a structure over top. The other thing I want to make sure is, I don't have the drawings, so I don't know if lock washers are used, but equipment failures have occurred when double lock washers have been placed on a bolt. So they have to be very careful what they're doing. This is a structure. So these are just my comments, and I guess I'll leave it to the Public Works Director as where we proceed with this, but I'd recommend that a further report or some more work has to go into this before I'll accept the results of the inspection, and just a yearly inspection being good enough, because it is public safety and it has to be right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I believe that in that report it stated that the engineer is doing further testing. Is that a correct assumption to the Director of Public Works?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the design engineer did do the inspection on the arches. The councillor is correct. The bolts that were replaced in the failed connection were replaced with a higher grade bolt. They've checked all the bolts and the rest of the structure, and in accordance with the original design, they're installed in good condition and have been retorqued to what's required as part of the installation process. So we've received confirmation from that engineer that the structure is safe in its current condition. Obviously, there are recommendations that came under that report. One was to do inspections on the connections twice a year. So that's something that we will need to do in the future. The other recommendation was to install some additional supports at the joints in accordance with the detail that was provided. We're working with the engineer right now to look at those details. Obviously, there's going to be costs associated with that. Replacing all the bolts to grade 8 bolts, a higher strength bolt, is something that we're definitely considering. And as I stated in this report, this is basically for information to let council know what we've done to date. And we will be coming back with a report in early Q1 with recommendations and costing to do the repairs and the remediation that the engineer is recommending. And additional to that would be replacing all the bolts as well with a higher grade bolt. So we're going to bring that report back to council. As part of the engineer's recommendation, he recommended that this work be completed within 6 months. So this is something that we'll look at bringing forward to council in the new year for consideration. It'll be a separate report with recommendations and costing.
Councilor Hildebrand?
Just one further comment. I don't agree with adding the extra plates. You're going to be drilling extra holes through a galvanized structure. You're going to have rusting, and I don't think that's an appropriate measure for what we have. But I'll leave that to the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on this? Councillor Olson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to add to what Councillor Hildebrand said, those are my concerns as well. But my biggest concern, I think, is that we don't know what the root cause of that was. Shearing a piece of metal that size involves tremendous force. It's not just beyond what the wind did, I think. So I think it's it behooves us to have some kind of a root cause analysis done. And I would recommend some kind of a failure mode effect analysis, because that will lead you to what the real cause is. And engineers do this all the time, so they should be able to manage that as part of the contract. Thank you.
I'll go back to the Director of Public Works. Did you, any comments on the comments from Councilor Olson?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the engineer that designed the structure did do a review and provided a report to staff. We could definitely undertake additional studies, and that can be part of a report that comes back to council as well. And we'll include the cost for doing those additional investigations and studies.
Okay, thank you. Councilor?
That's a perfect response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on this item? Councilor Kerr?
No, I support, I defer to the professional engineer more so than on an amateur engineer, and I'm an amateur in a lot of things. But the concern I do have is relative to straight visual inspections sometimes don't reveal the actual flaws. So I understand the need for a quick visual inspection, but sometimes there are things short of using other strategies to evaluate the integrity of steel and some other ones. Having seen some places where things have sheared that should never have sheared, but I concur with Councilor Olson. There's more of a root cause relative to this than just simply a single bolt failure and then cascading. I think there's something underlying that we need to take a look at. Maybe it's coming back to the sales that were added to the system that increased stress on it that no one had anticipated. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to the report from Public Works. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor. Any other comments? Not seeing any, I turn to the clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the motion that is before us is that council receive the report for information, and I understand that Mr. Mayor has indicated he will provide a staff report, and I'd be looking for a mover and a seconder on that motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hildebrand and Councilor Wink. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wink.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further discussion? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? Motion carries.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in the interest of time and in consultation with the CAO, we believe it may be necessary to reorganize the agenda to move the election of the deputy mayor up before considering staff reports as well as the bylaw section. If that is okay with council, I'd be looking for a motion to amend the agenda and require a mover and a seconder to do so.
Thank you. Councilor Kerr will move the motion, and Councilor Nesnick will second.
Thank you.
Any further debate? All those in favor? And motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That does then bring us to the election of the deputy mayor, which for a 2-year term, which will begin on January 9th, 2025. So to begin, I will call from the floor for nominations. A member of council may either nominate themselves or nominate a fellow councilor. I will call from the floor 3 times. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I will now call for a first round of nominations.
Okay, Councilor Nesnick.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to nominate Councillor Eckert.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Through Mr. Mayor, I will call a second time for nominees from the floor.
Councilor Olson.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put my name forward.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
I'll do that.
You'd like to nominate?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll let
Excellent. I will note that Councilor Hildebrand nominates Councilor Olson.
Okay.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I will now call for a third and final time from the floor for nominees.
Okay, third and final time. Any other names to be put forward for the deputy mayor? Not seeing any. I turn to the clerk.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will now ask Councilor Eckert if he does accept his nomination.
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Thank you. Although Councilor Olson did nominate himself, I will ask him still, do you accept your nomination from Councilor Hildebrand?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, now each of the nominees will have 2 minutes to present a speech, and we will begin in alphabetical order by last name, beginning with Councilor Eckert.
Councilor Eckert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much, Councilor Niznik, for nominating me for this position, and I humbly accept. I have demonstrated in my life and while here on council that I have excellent public speaking skills, both from a prepared speech and also off the cuff, ad lib, as you would say. I am very proud of this council and this town, and I believe I would represent them very well. And I have extensive experience in running large meetings, whether they be board meetings or annual general meetings. And the other thing that needs to be considered is I have learned the procedures here on council over the last 2 years, and having the clerk to my right and the CAO to my left, should I happen to fill in for the mayor in town council meetings, I'm sure that they will steer me in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Eckert.
Excellent. That brings us to Councilor Olson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. I also want to say a word of thanks to Councilor Wink, or Deputy Mayor Wink, for his service in the role of Deputy Mayor. It's been, I think, an unexpected challenge at times. But I do not intend to do a resume today, because I can tell you that independence has always been my personal intention and purpose in life. And I'm happy to say that I've been an apprentice all my life. And the good thing is I have mentors and teachers everywhere. They've taught me to extract the very best out of every situation, regardless of how difficult. And I know how to see people for their gifts and talents and not their shortcomings. I've been an entrepreneur for several years, and scarcity has taught me lessons that prosperity simply cannot teach you. Business opportunities are a bit like comets. Once passed, they don't return for many years. So I've learned to seize opportunities when they arise, because they tend to multiply when you seize them. And that would account for my strong bias towards action and urgency. I've had to learn to find ways to use limited resources to build successful companies and the largest children's charity in Canada. I've also worried excessively about meeting large payrolls in dollars, krona, yen, euros, and pesos. And my name was on the check, so I had to have the money in the bank. It's been a journey without regrets. I've taken some wrong turns and stopped for a rest when I wasn't tired. There's always been a small problem with camera shyness. I know the breathtaking highs and the sudden disappointing lows of the entrepreneur. I've not always paid attention to the traffic signs, and sometimes speed bumps are an occasional problem for me. I try to approach everything I do with humility and gratitude. Being a member of this council for 4 years has been a tremendous privilege and honor. I have represented Pelham externally on the Transit Commission and the Chamber of Commerce.
Councilor Olson, I'm sorry, your 2 minutes is up, the clerk has told me.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you 15 seconds for our conclusion.
Regardless of the results of this election, some things will not change. I will work to earn the trust of our residents. I'll continue to accept every invitation and bring credit to this council.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I was just getting rolling.
I know, page 5 and 6 will have to wait, yeah.
That's the journey that I'm on, and at the end, it's not in sight.
To the clerk.
Thank you. So for those members of council who have not done so already, this is now the time to conduct your vote. You will have your ballots in front of you. There are 4 blank. Please only use one, and we will use the rest as necessary. This will be conducted by secret ballot, so you will not leave your name anywhere on the ballot, and it will not be revealed. Please select one candidate by either Xing or filling in the square completely. The deputy clerk will be by momentarily to collect your vote. And just for clarification, Deputy Mayor Wink will be voting today. He will be voting electronically.
Oh, gosh, sorry.
I was voting for you until you were so long-winded.
I got carried away.
Fatma?
You're welcome.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, the Deputy Clerk and I will now recess for a quick moment to count the votes. I will be leaving the live stream on, but the microphone's muted, so please be mindful of that. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. Time for a nature break. Yeah, I will. Yeah, yeah. He'll be fast. Because there's stuff.
Yep. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate your patience. I'm pleased to announce by a vote of 4-3, the Deputy Mayor will be Councillor Eckert.
Counselor?
And Mr. Mayor, I will require a resolution to appoint Councillor Eckert to the position. I will be looking for a mover and a seconder following, but I will read it into the record. Be it resolved that pursuant to Section 238 of the Municipal Act, the Town of Pelham procedural bylaw as amended. That the Town of Pelham appoints Councillor Eckert as Deputy Mayor for a term of 2 years, commencing on January 9th, 2025, on which the Deputy Mayor will be appointed by bylaw or until such successor is appointed, and that the Deputy Mayor shall be the presiding officer for all meetings of council, including regular, special, and emergency meetings of council or committee where the mayor is absent or at which the mayor is unable to or refuses to act, and that at any such meetings the Deputy Mayor shall act in place instead of the mayor and shall exercise all rights, powers, and authorities of the mayor, and that council direct the town clerk to prepare the bylaw for the next regular meeting of council. To you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be looking for a mover and a seconder.
Thank you. A mover and a seconder. Council Nesnick will move, and Council Olson will second. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, to you for a vote.
Okay. Any other comments? Can't see any, other than to welcome Councilor Eckert to his position. Thank you. So call the vote. All those in favor? See none opposed. Motion carries. And thank you, Council Olson, for putting your name forward. Thank you.
Thank you through Mr. Mayor. If we could.
So, Mr. Mayor, do I get a retirement party?
Yes, unfortunately, you may have to fund it. And of course, before we move on, Deputy Wink, thank you for your service in this role, and the number of times you were called forward, you filled the role beautifully. Thank you.
Thank you through Mr. Mayor. We do have just shy of 5 minutes to go. So if we may consider the bylaws on the agenda today. So item 17, I have a motion put forward by Councillor Hildebrand, seconded by. Sorry?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Because a couple of items have got to be done today, the CAO would like to see us go 3.2.3.
13.2.3.
Oh, I'm sorry,
if we could,
13.
Madam
Yes,
Clerk.
the administrative penalty.
Can they extend beyond that?
I don't-
I need the bylaws done too.
Yeah, don't worry, just, if you call, they're never going to have a question on the apps.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
So we will add those items. Following, we have already reordered to include the bylaws in this section, so we'll continue with that.
Okay.
And then move on. So item 17, so I have a motion put forward by Councillor Hildebrand, seconded by Councillor Kerr. Be it resolved that Council for the Town of Pelham, having given due consideration to the following, now read a first, second, and third time, and do pass same, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign and seal the bylaws. So number 1 being the bylaw to redivide the wards in the Town of Pelham and to repeal and replace bylaw 3402-2013, as well as 85-2024 being a bylaw to exempt blocks 174 and 175, municipally known as 2468, 12, 14, 16, and 18 Arsenault Crescent from part lot control. And bylaw 86-2024 being a bylaw to amend the zoning bylaw for lands on the south side of Quaker Road, east of Pelham Street and west of Clare Avenue, described as part of lot 237 in the Town of Pelham, and that they be rezoned from a residential 1 and residential multiple 133 holding to the amended residential multiple 133 holding zone for Bauer Landing. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any debate on these bylaws? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? Seeing none opposed, motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you. And to confirm, Mr. Mayor, you did say it was 13.3.3?
13.2.3, the administrative penalty.
2.3. Okay, excellent. So I have a motion put forth by Councillor Eckert, seconded by Councillor Olson. Be it resolved that Council receive report 2024-0277, administrative penalty bylaw 2024 Schedule A update for information, and that Council approve the proposed as Schedule A, being an administrative penalties process for non-parking. And that Council directs staff to prepare the bylaw to amend 68-2023 to repeal the existing Schedule A and replace it with the proposed Schedule A attached here too. And that Council direct the proposed Schedule A and the bylaw to amend 68-2023 be finalized and presented to Council for consideration at their next meeting. To you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any discussion on this proposed bylaw update? Not seen any. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? I see none opposed. Motion carries. And perhaps we have time for 13.2.4.
Certainly. So I have a motion put forward by Councillor Niznik, seconded by Councillor Eckert. Be it resolved that Council receive report 2024-0272, Pelham Street sanitary spot repairs between Churchill and Highway 20 East for information, and that Council approve the budget of $100,000 funded from the wastewater reserve to complete the emergency repairs sanitary spot repairs between Church Hill and Highway 20 East project, and that Council approve the immediate procurement of goods and services for this repair in accordance with Section HE of the procurement policy 402 as deemed an emergency to Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Comments from the CAO, please?
Yeah, the number was $100,000. We went to print. Since then, we've got quotes, and it's substantially less than that. So that's the good news.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this, Councilor Hildebrand?
To the director, does that connect us up to the work that's been done by Rankin Construction on Pelham Street?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, this is 2 spot repairs away from the start of that project. You know, this is in the old section in front of the arches on Pelham Street.
And can I ask why we're not connecting right up to the work that's done by Rankin on Pelham Street?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, this is just 2 spot repairs that are going to cost in excess of $70,000. To do a full replacement of that sanitary sewer would be very costly.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Wink?
Yes, so just a quick question for you. When do we anticipate starting work on this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, next week after the Christmas market.
So just an add-on then, have all the business owners and residents in the area been notified as yet?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the notice has been prepared, and if they haven't been handed out already, they will be tomorrow.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Not seeing any. Call the vote. All those in favor? I see none opposed. Motion carries. To the clerk.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Due to time, we will move on to the confirming bylaw, and I have a motion put forth by Deputy Mayor Wink, seconded by Councillor Olson. Be it resolved that the following be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Bylaw 87, 2024, to adopt, ratify, and confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Town of Pelham at their regular meeting held on December 4th.
Thank you. All those in favor? See none opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to adjournment. However, I will be adding the deferral of the remaining items that we have not dealt with today in conjunction with adjourning this meeting until December 18th to Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
My apologies. I have a mover, Councillor Hildebrand, seconded by Councillor Niznik.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? See none opposed. Motion carries.
Excellent. Mr. Mayor, you may gavel at your meeting.
Okay, this session is over. Wow, that was a long one.
You're very welcome.